Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team with our 2013 playthrough. And tonight it is our quote-unquote Indian Grand Prix as we actually head to Mexico. So yeah, round 16 tonight, just 4 races to go now to end this season. This is Mexico, but it is a stand-in for the Indian Grand Prix at the Bud Circuit. Obviously, we don't have that in the game, so Mexico is being used as that stand-in. Remaining races, this is the last stand-in race. We have the actual proper races remaining after this. Yas Island for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, then Austin for COTA, the United States Grand Prix, and then Interlagos, the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in Brazil. They will finish the season off. Things are on a knife edge for us as a principle. We did not have a good Grand Prix at all in Suzuka last night, and it was yet another disappointing result. Time is ticking away to see if we can restore confidence with the board. It's not looking good, unfortunately. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we can turn it around. But a big crash for Jensen yesterday caused all sorts of damage. And I think we pretty much have to write him off now in terms of being able to compete this season. He has certainly not done us any favours by wrecking a brand new engine, or a damn near brand new engine, and killing his really good ERS as well. So we've now got 2 terrible ERSs. We're going to have problems with Jensen's car for the rest of the season now, unfortunately. Do not have the funds to just buy him new engine parts. We need to put that into next season's car. So, yeah, not great. One thing we do need to do with Jensen as well is to see if we can negotiate his contract down a bit, because we are paying an awful lot of money and not really seeing a return on that. But, yeah, we'll see what we can do. Evening, Dino. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. I'll do what I can to answer those for you. Right, let's start by going to Jensen's contract negotiations. So as you can see, he's on 31 mil a year, which is an awful lot. We are going to extend the contract, but we're going to try and chop that wage all the way down as best we can. Up the lump sum bonus a little bit. See if that helps. Not really. Yeah, barely moves the needle at all, does it? Let's just take it off. Let's try offering him 24 mil a season. Yeah, there we go. Extend that with a contract over 4 years, which will kick in this year if he accepts it. And that will drop his wage bill down by 7 million a season and get rid of that contract target. 375 for a win. Michael's contract is non-negotiable. I think we're only paying him 20. Oh, we're paying him 25. And he's got that 500k race bonus for a win. But that's a non-negotiable contract. We cannot mess with that, because that's fixed for this playthrough. So, right. We have still got, as you can see, 3.5 weeks until the Grand Prix. We've got some stuff to get done, but we can plough our way through that. You have no idea if it was intentional, but using Mexico in place of India reminds me of the Top Gear India special when Hammond paints the Mexican flag on his bonnet instead. Yeah, I remember that. I think it's a complete coincidence. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Kevin had that in mind when he was putting the DLC together, but I mean, you never know. You never know. You'd have to ask him, I suppose. Evening, other Jim Bob. One of my thoughts on the F1 26 DLC. Are you talking about the Codemasters game? Haven't seen it because I don't play the game, so no thoughts at all. Right, let's get our pit crew training plotted in for this month. Start with cumulative, and we've got a nice low fatigue. That's what we like to see. So we can get started here. Plotting in a lot of gym training here to try and boost our pit crew speed. We started the season very strong in this competition, and we have slipped a little bit in recent races. We're not top anymore. We've been caught and passed. Not even sure if we're still in the top 3 now. So we definitely need to try and turn that back around again. Start pumping in the quick stops consistently. We had double duty at Suzuka last night because the game crashed as soon as the race finished. And on our first run, we actually hit, 2 very quick stops with Schumacher and not so good stop with Jensen. But we had the quickest stop on paper with Schumacher. And then, of course, when the game crashed and we had to rerun the Grand Prix, second time round, not that impressive, unfortunately. So, yeah, we really could have done with those points because that's worth a nice bit of cash at the end of the season. We'll take the Sunday off just to get a little bit of a rest for our drivers. Our pit crew. Then we'll go into some split training so we can get these stats bumped a little bit as well. There we go. Keeping an eye on that fatigue level. It's creeping up a little quicker than I would like. I think I'd take that day down to a day of car building. And just lessen the impact a little bit. If we start with a day of car building as well, just reduces a little bit of that fatigue build-up. Not a huge amount, but a little bit. Let's try one more full day. Where does that leave us? At 5%, and now can I get away with maybe a morning of car building? Perfect. There we go. Down to 18, then to 9, then to 0, into Mexico/India. And then out to that Grand Prix, we'll have the Monday off. We'll go with a day of gym training. Actually need to check whether we've got back-to-back Grand Prix. Otherwise, that could be a bit of a problem. But for now, we're going to pencil in a bit of training like that. In fact, let's just go with split training. Let's see if I can get that down. Oh, that's right on the cusp, isn't it? Evening, Wayne. Good to see you. Let's confirm those changes for now, but we might come back and tweak that in a moment. Let me check what Alan's up to with his training. So he's on drill planning. So we want training. And we want processes. They're the two main skills that we want. And I can't get them. Oh, I can. There we go. I can get them both on that one. Innovation. There we go. Right. Calendar. Actual calendar. There we go. Yes, we do have back-to-back Grand Prix. So we are going to have to tweak our calendar. Otherwise, our pick crew is going to be exhausted by going into the start of the next month, which is not what we want at all. Or at least going into the next race. So let's go into here. We need to take that day out completely. And probably need to take this day out as well. Cumulative. 12, 3. I'll do that, and then we might carry it a couple of percent over, but that's okay. We can live with a couple of percent. Evening, Mike. Right, there we go. That's that done. I've got 1.2 mil left in the bank. Are we not on fire anymore? No, we're still on fire. So that's not good. It's been even hotter at times today. Although, well, here it has anyway. Although we're in the middle of a storm right now. Thunderstorm broke about half an hour ago. It's been raining, for about half an hour. Hopeful that'll break the heat just a little bit. But yeah, it was scorching today. I am an absolute hot mess, which is why, again, no camera. I do have a little bit of dignity. Not much, but a little bit. I'd like to protect what little bit I've got left. So, let's advance time. Something in the inbox. Hey, we are no longer on fire. I'm going to have to go an extra day, I think, before I can do anything else. But oh, no, there we go. It's open. Excellent. So, is it feasible for me to actually get a new part ready for the car? Oh, yeah, we've still got quite a way. Look, after Yas Marino, we've got a huge gap until we get to Austin. So if we go for one last really big upgrade, I think we're going to need hours for that, aren't we? Maybe. Let's slap that all the way up. Ooh. Let's take the engine cooling down a bit. Let's take that down a little bit. Let's slap all the weight down like that. That's going to give me next to no improvement in speed at all. It will give me a bit of extra downforce. I would have to sacrifice a bit more like that to get very little. Or wait a month to get more ATR hours. Which I don't really want to do. So let's knock that one on the head. Let's have a look at the side pod. Again, that's going to be the same situation. So we'll immediately ignore that one. What about the underfloor? Now, underfloor, we might actually get some net gains across the board here. Nothing earth-shatteringly good, but I mean, that would give us a little bit of a boost without having to mess with the sliders at all across speed and downforce. I mean, the effect's going to be negligible for the amount of money it's going to cost. A, to design it, and then B, to build the parts. Probably not worth it. And yeah, they're the only three we've got because we're doing research projects as well. So with that in mind, I think we maybe do some research instead. Let's see, we've done one project there, one there, one there. Haven't done a front wing or a rear wing, front or rear wing yet, but they're going through. let's go with an underfloor, I think. And it's 5% across the board. So we'll leave the sliders as they are. There we go. Confirm and done. Right, to car parts. I've got just enough to make another wing. But hopefully I won't need to. There we go. We've got a spare rear wing. How are we doing on front wings? We've got 2 spare front wings. Chassis. We've got no spare chassis. Am I building a chassis? Yes, I am. Only 2 days to go, and that'll be my only spare. Can't afford to add another one onto the queue without going into debt, which I do not want to do, given how much the board already dislikes me. And we've got our underfloor. First one's about to drop, and then another one 7 days later, and our suspension drops in a couple of days as well. So that will give me a... Oh, no, wait, it's the wrong mark, isn't it? So that will give me a spare suspension. And I still need that underfloor just to replace the one that's broken. So I'm going to need maybe another underfloor on top. So we've got 2 coming, so we'll end up with 1 spare going to Mexico as things currently stand. Let's advance time a little bit more. There we go, spare chassis. Spare suspension. There we go, very nice. Reminder that Mark III is absolutely rubbish. We did that to try and see if we could reset the baseline on the suspension without completely destroying the car, and the answer was no. Nick DeVries goes up to a 69 overall. Nice. There's our extra underfloor, which means we can now get that on the car and have a spare. And I got 392,000. Let me check in with our facilities. Check what's about to break. The wind tunnel's about to break. Few things. Well, quite a few things. Oh, wow. Oh, we really have not been paying attention at all here, have we? Okay, let's get that fixed. Oh, man. That's going to cost me 220. How much is this going to cost? More than I've got. So let's refurbish that one. That's going to take a month. The weather center is going to cost a lot as well, just for a refurb. All right, yeah. Should remember to pay attention to the facilities a bit more. It's because it's a short calendar stretched over such a long period that we have these huge gaps calendar-wise between some of these races. I'd forget just how much things are going to wear out. But we're about to get some cash from the sponsors. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. An extra 4.175 mil. And no mandatories. I thought we did have a mandatory. Never mind. Hey, Jensen's accepted the contract. Wow, I could have maybe gone even cheaper. Do I risk pissing him off for him to then maybe fail? No, we'll just confirm the hire. That will bring his contract down immediately from this point on. So, I mean, it's not going to have a massive effect on our budget for the rest of the year, but every month going forward, we should save a little bit of extra cash, which means we'll have a little bit of extra cash to put back into facilities and the car, etc. etc. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Very unhappy with car performance. Well, we've fixed his car now, so hopefully he'll be not so grumpy there. Tom Stallard, also a bit grumpy. He is partnered up with Jensen. Stoffel, don't care about his grumbles because he's leaving the team. Mick's a bit of a shame. Nick is leaving, I think, if memory serves. Magnuson's going. Gary Pappett's retiring. Oliver Turvey. I completely forgot we had Oliver Turvey. Does he show up on my list of affiliates? No, he doesn't. That's why I completely forgot about him. Right, let's go hunting for Oliver Turvey. There he is. What is he doing? Ah, he's retiring. Isn't he? Yeah, he's retiring. Damn. Oh, you're enjoying the new James Bond game today, are you? Yeah, I saw it had dropped. I barely even turn my PS5 on now. I mean, I've actually turned it on quite a bit over the last few days, but that's to use it as a Blu-ray player to watch Battlestar while I'm doing something on the PC. But the last time I gamed on my PS5, months ago now. Right, well, while we're here, what is Ollie Turvey actually doing for us this month, or this season? He's on drive development. Let's move him over to marketability. Right, sponsor plan for the next period. We've got no mandatories, so just a 4.18 to gain. Let's throw Andrew Tang in up the top and Nick de Vries. And we'll leave it at that. Just those two. There we go. 10 days to go now until we hit Mexico. Rattling through all this pre-season stuff that we probably would have done last night had we not had to pull double duty on the Grand Prix itself. Well, my PC's throwing out a lot of heat at the moment. I think I probably need to repaste the chip. Let me check. I've actually got performance monitor up. It's actually doing all right at the moment. It's at 57 degrees at the moment, but it was running a fair bit hotter last night, unfortunately. I did give it a little bit of a dust today. Cleaned out a couple of the filters, repositioned things on the desk a little bit, gave the desk a good clean as well. Dino going old school GoldenEye. That was a great game. I loved playing GoldenEye. Alright, our suspension research project is done, so we can get another one of those done. Getting close, I think, to a new ATR. 10 days, so might wait 10 days and then throw them all into the suspension again for next season. Because that is definitely somewhere that is going to need a lot of improvement. So while we're waiting, let's get another part started somewhere else instead. Let's get another chassis upgrade in. And I'm a little more conscious of time remaining in the year now, so we're going to start using extra engineers to speed a couple of these projects up where we need to. Our front wing, let's get that done in 7 days, which is how long it is to the Grand Prix, so that we can start building them while we're in Mexico. Can't get it any quicker than 7 days away. If I thought about it sooner, I could have thrown a couple of extra engineers and tried to get one wing on for Mexico, but never mind. At least we can get them built while we're racing. We have problems between Tom and Jensen. Let's intervene and see if it sorts it out. Everything hyperspeed. That's the first email that we've had about that. I mean, they lost confidence in us pretty much right after the mid-season break, but that's the first time they've actually told us that. That's not encouraging. Maybe it's because we've only got a few races left to go. But we will try and turn this around as best we can. Has my game just frozen? I think my game has just frozen. Yes, it has. It's not doing anything. It's completely frozen. Okay. And it's not responding here either. So we're going to have to task manager it. Oh, no, there it goes. The threat of task manager immediately made it go, no, we're off. All right, let's try that. Let me just check it's not trying to run in the background as well. No, it's good. Let's reload that. All the fun of the fair. The question is, how much progress did we lose? Hopefully not that much. Alright, suspension project is complete. There is our intervene email. So we only lost a day or two. That's not too bad. Let's go to research. We wanted a new chassis, didn't we? Or, to improve the chassis, we wanted to speed that up a few days. Doing that. Let's take that one off. Speed that up. There we go. I think that's pretty much where we got to. Yeah, there's our no confidence email. That's what crashed us last time. Center refurb is done. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Bit of extra cash, as you can see. That's worth nearly 20 grand extra a week. Getting that back up and running again. We've still got 3.4 mil. And we've got a lot of stuff that is wearing out fast. Our wind tunnel is right on the cusp. Snippets in as well. There we go. Alright, the front wing is ready to go straight into production. So let's start knocking those out. That should be worth a nice little bit of improvement. Still got 1.8 mil, which means I can get another bit of research done. And we can make that a front wing. Strategy prep. Expecting warm, not rain. Let me see. Yeah. Race day tyre temps could be problematic if we're in dirty air. But we will hopefully be able to overcome that. Back down to having no money once again. Just 70k. And it's the downside of having a lot of different expenses going out. But as I say, going forward, because of that new contract with Jensen, every month we should save a little bit extra. As we are paying out on a 24 million contract now, as opposed to a 31 million contract from this point onwards. So, targets for tonight. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Not even in the top 10 for Schumacher. All right. 12th. 13th. We'll see how we can do. And let's get ready to head to India in Mexico.
We return once more to the hustle and bustle of Mexico City. Music is in the air this weekend, but it's not mariachi we'll be hearing. It's going to be the roar of the engines and the cheers of the crowd. Formula One is back in the very heart of Mexico City at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. This is the last shot that McLaren's team principal will be given to prove that they can lead the team to victory. Let's get this underway.
Not trying to lead the team to victory, at least not this season anyway. I'm just trying to lead them into next season, effectively. Right. Engine bits. Let's start there. So, we will go... Well, engine options for Michael's great now. Which is nice. We'll go with the 53% engine. And then we'll go with... the only option we can really go with. Got to keep that viable for the last 4 Grand Prix. Got to go with that gearbox for the same reason. You know, an unnecessary crash of practice wipes out our one remaining good gearbox. Jensen's car parts not looking quite so clever. We've still got a good engine there, but yeah, we kind of wrecked an engine here, unfortunately. ERS is now a really messy situation. As you can see, our really good ERS got wiped out in Suzuka. And gearbox situation's not great either. We'll go with that gearbox for practice. So, run time is 19 laps around this circuit, I believe. If you want to do 2 runs. We will put in 20 laps of fuel, because probably call them in a little early and then send them back out again once we've got the setup changes on the car. And then maybe let them run a bit. I doubt we'll let them run the full 20 laps of each stint. Right, setup for India. Let's see. Let's start with a very aggressive low downforce setup here. So I'm expecting this to be wrong, but if I start hedging my bets and go with a 13, which is what I was thinking of doing, then it could go to a 13.5, it could come down to a 12.5. Starting with a 12.5 on this car means that if it's wrong, it's only going to go up. And we'll do a 13.5 on the other car, and it'll only go down if we get the rear wing wrong. If if I start with a 13, it could go either way, and we'll just spend time trying to figure out exactly which way we need to go on that. So we'll make it potentially a little easier for us on the in the long term. I'll go with a 1.9. I will also increase our camber to a 3.4, and I'm going to leave that, I think, pretty much in the middle. And then moving over to Jensen's car, we're going to go, as I say, with a 13.5 on the rear wing there. There we go. We'll go with a little bit less on the front wing. We'll go with a 6.5. I'll go with a 3.7. Again, it kind of ranges from a 3.7 to all the way through to a 1.9. So if it's wrong, it could be a 1.8, a 2.8 or a 1.9, but I doubt it will go the other way. And then, let's see. Let's go the opposite way with this. We'll take this up a little bit to a 3.3, but we'll take this down to a 0.1, like that. And with that, we are not qualifying. We're ready to hit the track for first practice.
Is the radio okay now?
Yep, that's loud and clear.
So I've been hard at work today trying to plot out a useful sort of template
And we want to generate some
for
temperature.
team liveries rolling back through the years, working in decades. So the 2020s, the 2010s, the 2000s, the 1990s, 1980s, and I am about 2/3 of the way done with working out the 70s at the moment as well. Trying to keep a consistent lineage where possible, so that as we look to try and build up a library of liveries, and at some point I will try and start doing liveries myself, we can build up like a timeline of a team. So, for example, starting with the 1980s through, we've got Alpine starting as Tolman in 1981, going through to Benetton in 1986, and then running as Benetton until 2001, and then they became Renault, and that covers all the way through to the end of the 2000s. Into 2010, they stayed as Renault until the end of 2011, became Lotus for 2012 to 15, and then back to Renault again in 2016 through till 2020, and then 2021 from onwards they've become Alpine. So we've got a nice consistent lineage where we've got, if someone wants to do Tolman mods, then we can, because I think if I remember right, Foamy was saying last night that he's working on Senna's Tolman right now. So if we can get that on the Alpine car, then we've got a nice consistent lineage through, all the way through on that one. Going back with some of the other ones, for example, Audi. We know that they're Audi now, and they were Sauber before that, in both Kick Sauber and Alfa Romeo guises, and before that they were just Sauber, and then before that in the 2000s, for a few years, from 2006 to 2009, they were BMW Sauber as a works BMW team, kind of. and then there was Sauber for the first half of that decade, before BMW bought the managing stake. Into the 1990s, that same lineage. We've got Sauber starting in 1993. So that leaves us with a little bit of a gap at the beginning of that decade. And so one thing that we can do to keep that sort of car option available is find a team that kind of went out of business in 1991, 1992 kind of thing. And just so happens that there was one, which was March. March went out of business at the end of 92. Sauber came into existence in 93. So we can put the March liveries on the Audi Sauber car. And there'll be Leighton House 1990 to 91, March in 92, and then into Sauber in 93. And then we can go back into the 80s. And this is where it gets a bit weird, because March kind of dipped in and out of Formula One. They had a run from 1987 through to 92, and 87 to 89 they were just Leighton House March, and then they weren't in Formula One for a few years before that. They were back again. They were in just March, I think, in the early 80s, 81 and 82. And then they were around until from the early 70s to the mid 70s. So they had periods where they just left the sport and then came back later. So to try and keep that being used, that one sort of car option being used throughout that decade, I've looked at going 87 to 89 as March, and then putting Zach Speed in for 85 and 86. 86, Zach Speed did go through 87 and then kind of collapsed in 88, but we can ignore those 2 years because 88 was a write-off and 87 wasn't much better. So we get a couple of years of Zach Speed as an option, and then we can put Fittipaldi Racing, Fittipaldi Automotive in for 1980 through to 1982, which then goes into the Fittipaldi in the 70s from 75 through to 1980, for which we already have a livery. So I'm trying to plot out like a consistent lineage all the way through for each team, or each team car model, including the creator team as well. So, for example, with Red Bull, obviously have been Red Bull since 2005. Before that, they were Jaguar, and before they were Jaguar, they were Stewart Racing. But then that leaves a bit of a gap from 97 onwards. So we can allocate a team into Red Bull before Stewart came into existence. So anything before, anything that ended by 1996. And quite handily, Lotus ended in 94. So every decade going back from 94 onwards can be Lotus on the Red Bull. And then any Lotus liveries can always be applied to the Red Bull. And it's not going to get in the way of having like a continued lineage, so to speak. And that's what I've been working on today. I haven't quite finished what I want to do with that, but I want to try and get some kind of consistency going through the 70s. I've still got a few teams to figure out on that one. Problem is, it starts to get really messy. Starts getting really messy in the 70s, where teams would only run one car, or they would run different cars or different bits. Some teams were incredibly short-lived. For example, you got Frank Williams Racing, which was around for a few years, and then Frank Williams sold a share of his team or had a share of his team bought by Walter Wolf, who then pushed him out at the end of 76. And Wolf Williams Racing then became Walter Wolf Racing. And in 78, Williams was born, which was the Williams that we all know with Frank Williams and Patrick Head. You know, so that was actually technically Frank Williams' second team. Because Frank Williams Racing, as I say, bought out. And he got pushed out. Well, I say pushed out. He quit because he became very disillusioned. And then Wolf bought out the remaining shares. But then Walter Wolf Racing only lasted for a few years and then gone. They only lasted like 3 seasons, I think. So there's a lot of teams that are around for just a few seasons. A lot of teams kind of changed their names and all sorts as well. So yeah, it's really tricky trying to work things out in the 70s to try and get the most consistent kind of lineage that you can. Even into the 80s, it's a little bit tricky in places as well. I've had to ignore, a certain individual year here and there from one team to squeeze them into another car's lineage. So, for example, Renault. Renault were a completely separate entity from Team Enstone, which was Tolman to Benetton to then Renault. Renault actually had their own team, which started in 1978 and ran till 1985. But to try and make the 1970s work, I've ignored the first year of Renault and started them in 1979 so that I can put Hesketh in from 1973 to 1978. And Hesketh is a name that needs to be in there, really, because definitely a famous team from the era and quite prominent because of James Hunt as well. So, yeah, it's really tricky, but I'm getting there. March had people from Japan investing. They did. That was when they became Leighton House. Right, let's have a look. Oh, 58%. That is terrible. Terrible. We need to fix that, and pretty quickly. Let's call Schumacher in. Feedback from Jensen. It's great, so it won't be that bad, but 87. It's okay.
Yeah, copy that.
We'll call him in. Take a look at his car as well. What also makes it tricky is some teams have had very long, storied runs that have kind of overlapped in places where I wanted to put other teams. So, for example, Arrows have been around were around for a very long time. So, kind of allocated Arrows to create a team, but then it becomes, where do I put Brabham, and how much of Brabham do I have to chop away? And unfortunately, I can't quite get Brabham into the 90s the way I wanted to. I can't get 91 or 92 Brabham. I mean, 92 was not really anything to write home about at all, but 91 would have been nice. That was when they had Martin Brundle and Mark Donnelly as their 2 drivers. That's more the... that's a lineup I'll always remember because, you know, that was right around the time that I was able to start watching on a consistent basis. That isn't going to be that, is it? Or is it? And my guess is it's going to be a 3.7. Maybe bring that in a bit. That's going to be a 6.5. Yeah, let's try that. That looks pretty good. So let's have a look at Jensen. What do we need to change here? The wing needs to go to a 13. Let's increase the front wing. Let's bring this up a bit. Yeah, front wing's too high, so let's take the front wing down. Actually, no, let's go back up, but let's bring this down. It's going to have to go something like that, and then that's still now too high. I'm going to try that. Not sure about that one, but we'll try it. So yeah, I basically cobbled the 1990 season of Brabham onto the Aston lineage because Jordan started in 1991. And then we've got consistent lineage from Jordan all the way through to Aston Martin. So... But then that leaves that team completely vacant from 1990 and before. So that's where I stuck Brabham. And then I stuck Renault onto Racing Bulls because they finished in 85 and Minardi, who started in 85 but wasn't a great season in 85. I think they only ran one car in 85. I've then got them starting here from 86 to 89. Again, it's just trying to squeeze the overlaps in a way that makes sense and doesn't necessarily negate a particularly important era or season. Hopefully these changes will be a little bit more successful, especially for Schumacher, because we were so far off with that first run. Yeah, I haven't actually put Alfa Romeo in for the 1980s, because, again, it's just a lot of teams, you know, and not enough spaces. So my 1980s consists of Alpine running as Tolman, and then Benetton, Aston Martin running the entire decade as Brabham, Audi running the first few years as Fittipaldi, then 2 seasons as Zakspeed, and then Leighton House March from 87 to 89. Racing Bulls, I've got them in as Renault from 1980 to 85, and Minardi from 86 to 89. Red Bull I've got as Lotus for the entire decade, Mercedes as Tyrrell for the entire decade, Haas as Ligier for the entire decade, and the creator team as Arrows for the entire decade. So, yeah, it's tricky trying to squeeze every team in because there just aren't enough options. And you've got to remember, what also makes it tricky is a lot of teams didn't necessarily qualify for every Grand Prix either. In fact, a lot of teams struggled to even pre-qualify on a consistent basis. Or they had, you know, shockingly bad reliability and retired a lot. So, you have to kind of try and factor all these things in, but maintain a sense of stability as well. I mean, Tyrrell dated all the way back into, I think, the 60s. Brabham back to the 50s. So, you know, and Lotus, no, I think Tyrrell, Lotus went back to like the 50s as well. So, long lineages that basically wipes out with Tyrrell,
Everything okay?
Lotus and Brabham, those three
Understood.
teams, and to a lesser degree, Arrows wipe out 4 options for multiple decades. And then you're left with, you know, a lot of teams to try and shoehorn into not many available remaining models. All right, we're at 93 and 92. So we've made a little bit of improvement with Jensen, a big improvement for Schumacher, but neither are where they really need to be. We will call them in and try tweaking the setups ready for the next session. Let's see. Let's change. We need to find 7%. Might be all I need to do. We'll give that a try. And let's have a look at Jensen. Is anything clear cut? Yes. Nice and simple. That's a 2-8. And that will make everything else much easier to plot in now. Like that. There we go. So that hasn't really changed, but that gets into the box there for the oversteer. That's now back where it should be. That should now be moved slightly across to get that into optimal, and that is a big enough gap to make that optimal as well. So we'll find out in the next session if that is correct. Hopefully both cars will be sorted. Yeah, I mean, there were other teams that I was looking at. Acela, Collini, other teams that I was looking at trying to shoehorn in, but couldn't really figure out a way to put them in. There were lots of other teams that kind of overlapped from the late 80s into the early 90s for a few seasons, but again, just nowhere to put them, unfortunately, without taking out teams that had a consistent lineage that we'd already, that I'd already worked out. So it does kind of mess with things a little bit there. I did have somewhere a loose page of notes, and that seems to have gone missing. Yeah, that's gone missing somewhere. Where did I put that? Yeah. Actually using the notebook for the first time in a while to try and figure all that out. Where did I put those other pages? Oh, it's going to bug me now. I'll find them at some point. Right, session is over. It's Grosjean who's top of the leaderboards ahead of Alonso, then Webber and Sainz standing in for Vettel. Massa, Koya standing in for Raikkonen, Gutierrez, Van der Gaard, all the way up in P8. That's scary. Brendan Hartley getting a run in one of the Mercedes. Robin Frinn's getting a run out for Sauber. Sam Bird in the other Mercedes. James Rossiter getting a little run out today as well. That's it for the rookies. Let's head into practice 2. Okay, so just going to send them straight out. Just need to quickly change their pace settings, but setups are done. 15 laps of fuel will be enough to get the feedback that we need. And use up a set of mediums for this. Right. I found the scraps of paper while I popped a commercial break in. So yeah, some of the teams that I made a note of. Osella ran from 1980 to 1990. So that was a team that could have gone in, but there's no space for them. Zach Speed, I put him in from 85 and 86, but they ran through to 88 and then kind of collapsed partway through 89, but couldn't put them in all the way through. Coloni ran from 87 to 91, but they weren't particularly good and failed to actually qualify more often than not. LaRousse was the team I wanted to put in from 87 to 94, but again, just nowhere to put them, unfortunately, because we only had the 11 teams. And then you had a few teams in the 1990s that were very short-lived as well, such as Pacific from 94 to 95, Simtech from 94 to 95. You know, just to name a couple. But I did manage to find a way to get Toyota in for the 2000s without messing up another team's timeline too much. I even found, I think, potentially a way to get Super Yuri in. Or did I? Not have actually made it with Super Yuri. No, they were in the 2000s, weren't they? Yeah, so because Arrows ended in 2002, and they were the team that I'd kind of earmarked for the creator team from that point going back in time. Super Yuri in there from 2006 to 2008. Avoid the curbs. There we go. I'm going to have the same issue with the 80s and the 70s as well. I'm trying to figure out what teams to put in.
Something's happened. Looks like the Alpine.
That is a crash.
Let's take
for
a closer look.
Roman Grosjean.
Now we're through the last turn here.
Oh, it's a final turn spin, isn't it?
There. That's the moment
just
of impact.
double clip on the barrier there. That could
a
actually
bit of paint on that barrier.
Do some major damage to the powertrain on that guy. For even not that high speed an incident, but because he hit the barrier twice, that could be quite impactful. He has carried on. So I think with time, more experience with the game can help me improve more on the overall game. What in what way? in terms of playing, modding. What's wrong with Schumacher's car? Gearbox is not looking good. Oh yeah, Toyota, I've got them penciled in. Let's see. Where did I put Toyota? I put them on Haas. Because Haas weren't around in the 2000s. Let's slow things down. Let's check that feedback. Did I get it for both cars? Should have done. Oh, actually went backwards with Schumacher. We didn't get it for Jensen. All right, let me send Jensen back out for a lap or two. Actually, no. Oh, I'm going to leave Jensen where he is. Jensen's fine. Yeah, it's great. We'll send him out for a lap just to confirm everything on that setup. What did I do wrong here, though? I went the wrong way on braking stability, which means that has to go that way because I can't really take that down much further. So to compensate, I'm going to have to bring the front wing down to a 6. I think. And then do that. Now I might break the traction. I might fix the traction. We'll have to run him again and see. So yeah, because Haas went out of business, didn't start until 2016. In the 2010s, I used the first half of that decade to put in Lotus Racing. In this particular mod, the 2013 mod, Kevin has put Marussia over Haas, but because Marussia actually kept going until 2016, that was their final season, you got that one season overlap with Haas, and I didn't really want to get rid of their one season as Manor. So I put Caterham in that place instead. They're the creator team in this mod. So you got Haas in 2016, and then before that, 2014 back to 2012, they were Caterham. In 2011, they were Team Lotus, and in 2010, they were Lotus Racing. And then that keeps them free for the 2000s. And then in the 2000s, I've got Toyota in from 2002 to 2009, which were the years that they were actually in sport. And then, very handily, at the end of 2001, Prost went out of business. So there's a seamless transition from Prost over to Toyota. So Prost I've got in for the first 2 years, 2000 to 2001, and then that rolls back into the 90s, where Prost came into existence in 1997. And before that, the team was Ligier. Prost bought out Ligier. So Ligier then is Haas allocated through the rest of the 90s and through the rest of the 80s, and also through half of the 70s as well. Because Ligier started in 76. Safety cars is a tricky one. There's no definitive example I can really... It all depends with the mods that you're playing with. I mean, and how good your car is as well. I mean, with this, because we're running the hardest version of realistic racing, in terms of like the modular stuff.
We want to generate some temperature.
And we've got additional mods that limit the impact of, point swings with driver ratings for both mentality and confidence. then, you know, a loss of confidence doesn't hurt you that much, but a massive gain in confidence, which would be a huge +8 modifier to the key stats for pace in the vanilla game, is only like worth +2 in this. So you can't get those lightning rocket boosts in performance just by getting a few quick overtakes in this. And when you combine that with the dirty air impact and the difficulty in overtaking with the realistic racing and the extra difficulty factor of the hardcore module of that.
How's the balance?
And our car isn't great and our tyre wear is abysmal.
Okay, understood.
Safety cars become really hard to judge in this series because there's a really good chance that the safety car will work against us. It depends when it comes out.
Pit box.
It depends how long it's been since the rest of the teams have boxed. We might need to box because our tyre wear's crap, and yet they can carry on, so we'll lose a load of track position and they can stay out. There's all sorts of different factors that can really
that's not what they need right now.
affect your decision on safety cars. And mods will play a huge part on that. There we go. Jensen confirmed and done. Things with finances and saving parts. You basically just got to be careful of not spending too much on drivers. That's what the AI does. They generally tend to spend an absolute fortune on drivers in vanilla. They'll end up getting to a point where they've got like a superstar lineup for a couple of seasons, like Verstappen and Leclerc at Red Bull, and then the team runs out of money. And so the big names disappear. They stop. I mean, we saw that on our PlayStation 24 version playthrough, where we went and rescued Ferrari because Ferrari had spent so much money on drivers with Hamilton and Leclerc and just all the development and stuff that they were spending money on, plus upgrading facilities and stuff to a little bit, that the team just effectively went bankrupt, and they lost Lewis. They couldn't afford to renew his contract. They couldn't afford to keep Charles Leclerc. So Charles Leclerc buggered off to another team. And they ended up with 2 50-rated drivers who were terrible. All their facilities got run into the ground because they couldn't afford to repair them because they just spent so much money. And they lost all of their affiliates. And when we went in, they'd had a season where they finished bottom of the constructors and didn't score a single point, and then we turned them around over a couple of seasons. But yeah, just as long as you don't fall into that trap of just trying to outspend your way through, bad results, you've got to live within your means. Spending a lot on drivers will get you short-term benefits, but will hamper your ability to develop the car long term. Likewise, investing in lower skilled but much cheaper drivers means that you will take the pain of results in the short term while those drivers are still learning, and you'll probably end up having to buy a few replacement powertrains over a couple of seasons as well. As replacing a lot of broken aero parts as cars get smashed into walls and stuff. But you'll have a lot more money theoretically available to develop the car. So yeah, it's a catch-22. I've tried it. I normally go with the younger drivers and develop the car, but with our Cadillac series, we went the other way for a change, and we went with highly paid drivers to try and get the results. Which came at the expense of being able to spend as much, not being able to spend as much money on developing the car as I wanted to, and it took us quite a few years to actually get that car into a competitive window. But we at least had one, or in most cases 2 drivers who could extract results that the car shouldn't really be capable of. in Hamilton and Verstappen. Is that gearbox going again?
And as far as we can
I don't know why I
tell,
clicked that.
they've
There's no
got a
audio
fault.
for Schumacher. Yeah, okay. Got to really keep an eye on that. We are avoiding curves. I just hope I can complete this run. If that gearbox goes red, I have to call him in instantly. Otherwise, we are going to... going to risk blowing up the engine. A spin for Esteban Gutierrez. There we go. Schumacher's in. And he's 100%. And it's done. Perfect. Yes, 100% setups once again, Mike. And that is both cars now done with practice. So we'll change out the engine parts between sessions and then sit out practice 3. And from there we can go straight into qualifying. So, engine. Best engine. Definitely a circuit where that extra little bit of power would be useful. SDRS. This isn't great, but should hopefully last the season. And then our only competitive gearbox. There we go. Jensen is going to have to make do with a kind of a crap ERS, unfortunately. Don't really have any choice in the matter on that one. We can at least give him a good engine and then just hope that the ERS doesn't shut down again during the Grand Prix. Gearbox. Let's hope he doesn't wreck that one. He went from being in a great position with powertrain parts to wrecking 2 gearboxes in as many weekends. There we go. Parts are changed over. We're not going out in this session, so we'll hand back our 2 sets of softs at the end of it. And then we'll have 2 sets of mediums for the race. You asked about my experience because you want to return to something. Okay. What is it you want to return to? Both of the Mercedes looking pretty potent at the top of the timings. Grosjean's up there again as well. I'm more concerned now with the pace of Sauber and Force India and potentially even Van der Garde in that enhanced Caterham. Deployment. Okay. So what is it you want to know with deployment? And again, bear in mind that if you are running some mods, they can impact the way deployment works. Like realistic racing does tweak the deployment options a little bit. It tweaks on some cases a circuit by circuit basis how much and for how long the energy is deployed in certain areas of the track. So you might get a big hit of energy at a certain point, or you might get a trickle of energy over a longer period being deployed, depending on the circuit, depending on whereabouts on that circuit you are. One thing you will also notice is that with the realistic racing mod that we're running in this series as well, you'll notice every time I've got deployment on, as soon as I start across the line to start a lap, there's another little boom deployment of energy. So I can be halfway down the straight, cross the line, and then boom, another little boost of battery because you start the lap with a new deployment allowance. That's assuming you've got any battery left, of course. And then, of course, those regs have changed massively. If you're running the 2026 DLC, I've got... I don't really have a huge knowledge base on that yet because we haven't really run it that much. I've got a decent kind of feel for it, but not enough to give like a proper explanation yet. But yeah, when it comes to battery, I'll try not to completely drain the battery if possible around some circuits because it can take a long time to rebuild it. Circuits like Silverstone, for example, can take a long time to build that battery back up. Other circuits you can generally tend to harvest, full harvest and not suffer too badly as a result. But more often than not, I'll try not to burn all of the battery and then just leave them in top up to slowly rebuild that battery without dropping my pace too much. Alright, well, we are fully prepped and ready for qualifying. Not the greatest starting position for Jensen's confidence here because of his falling out with Tom Stallard. That is a bit of a shame. And Schumacher not quite in that window there yet either. Again, first season for both of these drivers with their appointed engineers. So next season, hopefully, we'll be starting in the very high confidence, but we'll just have to make do with where we are for now. Qualifying is next.
We're moving on now to the all-important qualifying session.
Mexico City's thin air presents a real test to teams during qualifying laps. Reduced downforce can mean tricky cornering and a test for keeping the power units cool around this track.
There's Red Bull's driver there getting ready for today's session. What have you made of them recently, Karun?
We saw some disappointing lap times from them in practice. It could be that the team were experimenting with the car, but the pressure's now on them to deliver.
Strap yourselves in. This is Formula One.
I said that neutral and charging are pretty much the same in terms of pace. Does that imply that I've done research and analysis? No, I haven't done research and analysis. It's just a provable, it's just, an obvious sort of kind of fact in terms of when you're in neutral, then you can deploy a maximum of 2 megajoules and you'll harvest a maximum of 2 megajoules every lap. So that's why it's neutral. Your battery level over a full lap doesn't change. It stays the same, from where it was at the start of a lap. With top up, you deploy 1.8 megajoules over a lap and you harvest 2 megajoules over a lap. Well, those are your maximum limits. So around the same track, you will deploy 0.2 megajoules less in top up. So your pace will be a tiny bit slower, but only a tiny bit. So in a straight run, neutral is slightly quicker than top up, but your battery will never improve. It will always stay at that same level, lap by lap by lap. Whereas top up, you sacrifice a tiny little bit of overall pace, and so you sacrifice a tiny little bit of pace, and you gradually build that battery back up every single lap. With the 2026 mod, it's different, because the battery system works in a completely different way to match the current battery regulations. Remember, the battery regulations that we're running are the regulations that ended in 2025. Now, you can harvest, they keep tweaking the rules, but now you can harvest in the game up to 8.5 megajoules a lap. And you can deploy a maximum of, I think, 12 megajoules a lap. So, you can basically just stay in neutral for the most part. That's all you really kind of need to do. But every now and again, if you want to use that extra bit of battery, at some point you're going to have to recover that. So if you're not in a full-on harvest situation, top up is just an easy way to keep that, that battery level going up every now and again. Yeah, but you can't take the same approach with the 2026 mod battery rules as you can with anything that's come before that, because it's a completely different system. And like I said, I've not done a massive amount of running with the 2026 mod. Just save on having to constantly swap out mods and binaries, every time I want to play with the new stuff over the older stuff for the series that we run like every night.
Drive straight out, track will be clear. Let's go.
All right, here comes Hamilton, whizzing through, getting close to finishing his lap off. Max Chilton goes top with a 1:17.994. That time's about to get absolutely obliterated here by Lewis Hamilton. With a 1:15.4, 2.6 seconds difference nearly. As Hamilton gets out of our way. And we've got a yellow flag. I'm not sure who that spin was. Might have been the caterer. No, it's Maldonado. It's always Maldonado, isn't it?
Now we can see what happened. Nothing wrong so
Surprised
far.
he didn't wait till Hamilton was coming through and then
That's it. That's the spin.
have his moment. A couple of tenths over Button in the first sector. Oh wow, Button is still a long way off.
Down to negative and close to 0.
He lost half a second to Schumacher in that middle sector. A little bit of traffic here at the end of the lap. He peels off into the pits. No, Sharpie. No, Max Chilton, sorry. And there we go. A second difference between the two drivers. Why was Jensen so much slower? Oh, now he's locked up. Damn it, Jensen.
Let's see what happened there. Now we're just proceeding through turn 4.
It's not even pushing, it's his in-lap.
Struggling with the car. And they'll need to be mindful
Don't
of the effect
damage
that
the
had on the
underfloor,
tyres.
for God's sake. You went a bit wide. You went a bit narrow. You completely cut the inside of the corner. At least you didn't damage the car.
Pit lane speed limiter on. Stop in front of the garage.
Some big cheers coming up from somebody. Is that for one of the Ferraris coming out? I don't know. Or is it for Maldonado crossing the line? Closest thing on that grid to a home Grand Prix for him. Ah, man, those tyres are ruined already. But it needs to run again. Schumacher should be safe. Send Jensen out. An email from Sony. From the 26th of May at 1400 UTC. So that's GMT plus, just GMT. That'll be 3 o'clock UK time. Destruction All Stars
And we want to generate some
And
temperature. on this
all
outlet.
associated virtual currency destruction points will be removed from sale from the PlayStation Store and will no longer be available for purchase. Single player mode will remain accessible to existing users until Wednesday, the 25th of November 2026, when the server support will shut down. After this date, arcade single player challenges shall remain playable for returning players. However, functionality and player experience may be impacted. I'm amazed that game is actually still alive, to be fair. I thought they'd shuttered that already. It was a huge flop.
Good gap in front.
Let's
go.
Jensen. Let's have a better lap this time, please. Yeah, never played the game. Absolutely never played it, but was not impressed when I saw the reveal trailer for it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is just going to be some shitty live service game, isn't it? And yep. And it was not over, despite it being free as well. I think it was not well received. Right, it's a better first sector for Jensen. Middle sector as well. This is good. And we string it together here in the final sector. Yes, we can. There we go. That moves him up to 8. He's still 4/10 behind Schumacher, but at least he's improved.
Look after the
But,
fuel.
it's not looking like we're going to get Jensen into the top 10 today. On the evidence of those first two runs, although the tyres definitely a little bit lower than they should be on that one there. As a result of the lockup. Let's see what De Resta does. He is very slow in the first sector, so he's not going to trouble us. But quicker in the middle and final sector. Finished 8/10 away from us in the end. Anyone else on a lap? No, not at the moment. Chilton's just starting a lap. There he is. And he's got a Sauber right behind him. Is that Hulkenberg? It is. Is Hulkenberg just going to sit behind him? Oh, this is going to ruin Hulkenberg's lap.
Pit limiter. Stop in front of our garage.
He's going to spend the whole lap. Oh, here we go. He's going to have a little look. Oh, and there goes. Short Yankee. No. Is that Yankee? No, that's Chilton. Chilton off. At the baseball stadium.
There's a yellow flag now.
Oh, he actually crashed into the barrier.
Now with the Haas.
He got spooked
The
by
car makes contact.
Hulkenberg trying
That
to dive
won't
up
do
his
the car
inside.
any good at all.
Just the clumsiest little contact with the barrier there
The
to
team
damage the
glued
wing.
to the monitors and watching their hopes crumble away.
That was completely unnecessary. So, not a great lap for Hulkenberg, but that's because he got stuck Grosjean looking very quick, and Charles-Pic looking to improve. Van der Gaard on a mighty lap as well. He got a bit of a tow in the first sector off the back of Grosjean, which is why he's matched him and Vettel for pace. He'll be a bit further away here in the middle sector, but not massively away. He's only 4/10 away. This is going to be quicker than Schumacher's time for Van der Gaard here. Yeah, Van der Gaard goes almost half a second quicker than Schumacher. Definitely benefited from a tow in the first sector. But even so, that's a lot more pace than we have right now. And Jensen is still not safe. I'm going to have to break out a new set of tyres already for Jensen. This is not going well. There's a lot of traffic on the circuit right now as well. Mixture of outlaps and inlaps, which makes it really tricky to tell when's the best time to go. Spend so much time trying to plot out where each car is and what they're actually up to that by the time you figured it all out, you've missed any window you might have had to slot in or out. Most cars are on in-laps, though. Massa's starting a lap. There he goes. And Force India on the way out. And pop out now as well. See if we can maybe pick up a little bit of a distant tow. It's Paul de Resta that we're going out behind. He's quite a way ahead of us, actually. But Williams coming through to start a lap. No, it's Maldonado finishing his lap. The tyres just aren't heating up properly. It's looking that way. We should theoretically have more than enough pace to get through the session, so I'm just going to let the AI warm the tyres and see what level they get them to as knowledge for practice. For qualifying 2. But it looks as though we're going to have to manually get those tyres at the temp ourselves, because they're going to be woefully underprepared if we just leave it to the AI, which might explain why our pace
You're good to open the lap.
hasn't been that special. Up to 80 degrees, I think. I hope it's 85 that they turn on at. If it's 95, we're in real trouble. It's 85. Okay, so that's not too bad. The tyres coming in as he crosses the line. Ricciardo is on a lap at the moment, and he's looking quick. Quicker than Jensen. Ah, we got traffic. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Ah, we got a lift. Ruined the first sector. We've got more traffic. 27.8. That's much better than we've done so far. That's fresh tyres and a slightly better track, but more traffic though, look. And I can't abort the run and go again because there isn't enough time now. We have to see this one through and hope that we haven't lost too much time. What's the middle split going to be? Oh, that's not bad. We're about a tenth up on Ricciardo. Coming up to the line, needs an improvement here. And we do just hit Ricciardo by 13 thousandths of a second in the end. Schumacher down to 11th should still be safe. It's too late to send him out, so got to hope he's going to be safe. Hulkenberg is out. He has not been able to improve. Charles-Pic having a run now might actually be able to get that Caterham through. His teammates all the way up in 7th place right now. Vern is done. Bottas is done, so those two definitely at risk. Still has had an okay first sector, nothing too special. Is that Kimi Raikkonen in front? It is. Terrible first sector for Raikkonen, but he is through. And he is chasing Sutil. Gutierrez has improved a little bit. There's a few cars that might make it through here at the expense of drivers like Maldonado, Bottas and Vern. They're all done. Webber did not cross the line in time to start his flying run. So Webber might potentially be in a little bit of trouble here, but I don't think he will be. Peak is not improving. Adrian Sutil goes up to 11th place. That puts Valtteri Bottas out. Oh, Gutierrez just misses out. Vern is safe, and Chilton's not going to make it through. Not on this lap. So that is it. It will be Gutierrez, Bottas, Peak, Hulkenberg, Chilton, and Bianchi who are eliminated at the end of Q1. Vern just safe. Maldonado getting through as well. Webber in 14th place did not have a convincing time. Is he suffering a little bit here, or did he just not get a clean run? We'll hopefully find out in the next session. Into Q2, we will use those same tyres for Schumacher. Did just the one run in the first session. Button did 3 runs, and in the end was able to put a competitive time in. But we're going to have to start on these tyres here, otherwise we're going to burn the other ones out too soon. Jensen out first, because his time not likely to be particularly good with tyres at 77% on the outlap. And now I'll send out Schumacher. Cool down laps only applies if you're planning on doing more than one run. Or more than one lap. Flying lap per run. So, for example, if you want to do 2 flying laps, that's the only time, 2 or more flying laps, that's the only time that actually does anything. So, you'll have your 3-ish laps of fuel on a normal run, whether you've got that ticked or not. But that only really comes into effect if you want to do, say, 2 flying laps, and then you can choose whether you want to do an out lap, a flying lap, a cool down lap, another flying lap and then an in lap, or just go out lap, flying lap, in lap. That's the only time that really becomes applicable. Yeah, I would not rely on things like Chat GPT to try and figure this game out. AI still has a lot of limitations. In various different things. I mean, Gemini in YouTube Studio is terrible. It really is. I mean, it gives you some good basic information, but if you ask it to find a specific example of something from previous videos, it completely loses the plot, and it tells you the same thing for things that never happened. And when you say it wasn't that video, it'll come back and say, oh, exactly the same thing, but for a completely different video, and it didn't happen in that one either. So yeah, I would ignore what AI LLMs come up with. Did I enjoy the Canadian Grand Prix? I did. I thought it was actually a pretty good race. It's a shame we didn't get to see any wet running. I was really interested to see how the cars would handle wet weather, because we haven't seen any of that this year yet. And we still haven't. Not really. And in a way, I was, really happy when George retired, because I really wanted Kimi to put one over on George again, and he did, but only because George ended up not finishing the race. But it also did diminish what could have been an entire race-long fight between those two. All right, so Schumacher half a second quicker than Button, and Grosjean a second quicker than Schumacher. And Ricciardo is slightly quicker than Schumacher as well. It was really good to see Hamilton having a really successful Canadian Grand Prix. He's always gone well at that circuit. But it was great to see him getting the Ferrari up into second place. Having another battle with Verstappen. Whether you're a fan of Hamilton or not, having him back in form is going to make for better races. So it's good to see him, finding his feet at Ferrari this season,
Pit lane speed limiter on,
and getting back towards the front of the grid again. If nothing else, then purely for the racing spectacle, having another highly talented driver being able to mix it up at the front is going to make for more exciting racing, and he's certainly contributed to a lot of the really good moments that we've seen in racing this season so far, with the phenomenal starts that the Ferraris were making in the first few races, which seems to have been neutered a bit now with the new regs, or the tweaks to the regs. I do feel that Ferrari have been kind of unfairly penalised in that respect, given that they designed their engine specifically around a small turbo, based on the way the rules were written, and they sacrificed initial, overall top speed performance for really good turbo times to get that really good acceleration. And now that completely legal, design option that they went with has been completely neutered because all the other teams have cried foul because they've gone for the most power they can get, which means big turbos, big lag, and not able to get their car up to speed quickly. And they've all cried foul. And so now Ferrari's one advantage over taking that smaller turbo design has been neutered. Hopefully they can find a bit more top-end performance with the Aduos. Otherwise, we're going to see Ferrari slipping down the order again this season. Rosberg is currently top, but Vettel is... Actually, no, Vettel is not going to take that away because he had a bad first sector. 28.4. He's caught traffic somewhere in the lap.
Good gap in front.
Speaking of traffic, there's
Let's go.
a bit coming up here behind Schumacher. Right, so we've got Adrian Sutil crossing the line to finish his lap as the Resta is behind us getting ready to start his lap. And behind him is Jean-Eric Verne? No, Verne's in the pits. There's Ricciardo. Who was it behind? Oh, it must have been a Williams behind. Yeah, it was Maldonado. I could have sworn that was one of the Red Bulls. Alonso goes second. Button has a little bit of traffic to deal with. He's giving a tow to Guido van der Garde. It's not a great first sector for Jensen. These tyres are gone. So I don't actually expect him to improve at all on this run. There we go. Tyres are at 60%. But just completing the run will give him a little bit of extra confidence, get him hopefully up into peak, ready for a brand new run on much fresher tyres. There we go, into peak confidence for the final run. Schumacher looking pretty good, improved in the first sector but not in the middle.
If you could keep your pace up on the in-lap.
Didn't improve in the final sector either, but he's now almost maxed out on his confidence. So, fresh tyres for him. Should be able to get nicely into the top 10. I think it's going to be a massive struggle for Jensen. Maldonado's improved his time, but not his position. He stays in 11th. I do not rate Button's chances of getting out of this session. Schumacher, I think, will be comfortably in the top 10. Button, I don't think, is going to get anywhere close, unfortunately. I'm not quite sure why it's going on.
Speed limiter. Stop in front of the garage.
No, the FIA's changed start procedures twice. They introduced the, based on pre-season testing, they introduced the blue lights to give everyone a couple of seconds to spin their turbos up before the actual start lights go out at the beginning of a Grand Prix. And now they've also changed sort of a battery kickstart for teams that struggle to get off the line as well, which further neutralizes the Ferrari. I'm going to try. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try something and see if I can give Jensen a tow. I don't know if this will work or not. Oh, we're going to give a tow to one of the Force Indias, who is in turn going to give a tow to Jean-Eric Verne. Oh, God damn it, Jensen. Right, he's going to get a tow off the back of the Force India instead. Going to go early with Schumacher. Break away. So that Force India does not get a tow. That'll make it easier for Jensen, hopefully. There we go, Jensen's tyres. Up to temperature before he starts the lap. We've lost a little bit of ground to the Force India, unfortunately. I should have pushed him a little early as well. Go past. Actually, where is that Force India? Oh, wow, is he that far ahead already? How did he get that far ahead? Solid first sector for Schumacher. It's not looking so good for Jensen. Yeah, theoretically the Ferrari will be pretty strong in Monaco. That smaller turbo means it'll spin up faster, which means it'll have better acceleration out of slower corners, and there are a lot of slow corners at Monaco. So yeah, theoretically the Ferrari could be very strong. Well, Button is out, as expected. Schumacher is not as safe as I would have liked him to be. He's still in 10th. Ricciardo has not been able to cross the line to start a flying lap in time. Nobody else is able to get close, so let's ease off on the in-lap for Schumacher. He will be through. Vanguard is still ahead of us. He is in the top 10 shootout. But yeah, Maldonado is out, Sutil's out, Verne's out, Button's out, De Resta's out, and Ricciardo is out. you get the feeling that the Red Bull's going to win in Monaco? I don't think that car is as stable as it needs to be for Monaco. I wouldn't be at all surprised to hear Max complaining again. I mean, they've definitely taken steps forward, but I think it will not be a kind circuit, or as kind a circuit as Canada was for the Red Bull. I would expect Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari to be, the teams are going to be battling it out. Red Bull behind them. Well, there we go. Confirmation that Jensen is out, and out in P16 as well. It's going to be a very slow afternoon for Jensen. I need to investigate why that is, and we'll do that in just a moment. So, did I forget to put a spec part onto the car? This is how we're going to have a look and find out. They're both on the same chassis. They're both on the same front wing. They're both on the same rear wing. Same side pod. Same underfloor. And same suspension. So aero-wise, they're both exactly the same. Their engines are pretty much identical. Maybe it's just down to that, argument he's having with his engineer. But I mean, look, the gearboxes are both nearly brand new. The engines are both nearly brand new. The ERS won't affect the pace unless it actually develops a fault. And it just now means it's in that window where it is likely to develop a fault. But won't have any impact on the actual performance. So why is Jensen suddenly half a second slower? And the only thing I can think of, rather than being maybe a tenth or so off the pace, is because he's had a falling out with Tom Stallard. Not ideal, and it's going to make for a very tricky afternoon. We are going to go with these tyres and then these tyres and see how we do. Would have been really nice to have the new front wing here, but it'll be available for the next race. There we go to Abu Dhabi. No traffic. Shit! We got traffic. scheme of things, traffic on this lap's not so bad. You can see the tyres at 69%. They're not in great shape. And it's all about just getting the time on the board here. There's a very real chance that we will be 10th at the end of this qualifying session. Unless we can somehow lock ourselves into a potential slipstream situation. At least because we're the first one out, this will be a purple lap on terrible tyres. So it'll get Schumacher into peak confidence. That lovely +2 snap boost. Yeah, 1:16.8. That's not quick at all. As we poople our way around the track, back to the pits. Hamilton absolutely flying in comparison to us, but he's only the second car out, so he was always going to be purple, purple, purple. Because it wasn't like he had high speed sectors to beat. Van der Gaard's within a tenth though in that opening sector. There we go, we're 1.5 seconds off the pace, there or thereabouts. But Van der Gaard looking very pacey. We get out of his way. Grosjean has started pushing, so he's not going to be in the way. In fact, may even potentially give a little benefit up to the line here. More likely he's going to actually just slow him down with a little bit of dirty air. But Van der Gaard goes second. He's only 4 tenths away from Hamilton. Rosberg looking very quick. Nip and tuck here with Hamilton. Down a tenth, then up a tenth. It's down to the final sector. See which of the silver arrows will go top. And it's Rosberg by 77 thousandths of a second. Here comes Massa. He's in the conversation. Can't quite pull it together and ends up nearly half a second away in the end. Only just quicker than Van der Gaard. Vettel's not had the best first sector. Grosjean's up there again. Grosjean's a real threat for the front row here. Vettel is not. Make row 2 though. Oh, he just misses out. Lost a tenth in the final sector somewhere. Well, somewhere in that lap. He lost a tenth. Here comes Seb. Seb goes to P4. Massa has locked up on his in-lap.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. The wheels just lock up there.
He would have been on slightly scrubbed tyres anyway, so he'll have a brand new set available for a second run. Here comes Webber. Webber also slightly off the pace. He's nip and tuck with Vettel. he misses out on his teammate by 0.02 of a second. Let's see what Alonso and Raikkonen can do. Raikkonen goes P4, knocks Vettel down to the 3rd row. Alonso is going to knock him down to 6th place. That's 3rd place for Alonso. So everyone's done a run. We are massively off the pace, as expected, given how bad those tyres were. We'll be better on this lap, but I still think we're going to start P10 here. Reminder, the target for Schumacher today is 12th and 13th for Jensen. Jensen's going to have some work to do to get up to 13th, given that he's starting in P16. Schumacher will start a couple of places ahead of where he needs to finish. Right, Hamilton's gone early. Van der Gaard's going out right behind him, so Van der Gaard could have a very good lap here. We can see we can sneak out behind the Ferrari. Felipe Massa. A tow would be nice. We will start pushing a little early to try and get that tow. We'll have to judge it just right, because if we go too soon, we'll catch and pass and then give him a potential tow. Judge it too late and we won't get close enough. And there's the unknown of whether we'll get traffic on our lap as well. Hopefully I'll judge this right. We'll find out in a second. Tyres are definitely not where I'd like them to be. Should have gone a fraction earlier. We did gain a little bit of ground to Massa, but not as much as I was hoping for. The tyres will be a little undercooked going in. But they'll be up to temperature by the time we hit turn 1. We've got some traffic on the run to turn 1 as well. This could be bad. They get out of the way nicely. It's still not fully up to speed. Decent first sector though. We were half a second quicker than Massa, so we've clawed back a little bit of ground to him. Might be close enough to get a bit of a tow, but the best window for that has gone now, so now we're into just getting dirty air. Hamilton absolutely flying. Tenths up on us in the middle sector. Hamilton goes top with a 1:15.0, 2.5 tenths quicker than Rosberg, who's now started his flying lap. Massa, just a corner ahead of us, is coming up to the line now. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. Do we improve? Only our time, not our position. We're still a long way off, still half a second off. We're going to keep going and see if we can maybe squeeze in a slightly better lap. We might run out of fuel here. We might run out of battery. We might run out of both. Marginally better in the first sector this time. Rosberg not as quick as Hamilton in the first sector or the middle sector. Can still pull this off if he has a mighty final sector. He could take pole away from Hamilton. Our tyres are definitely giving up a bit now, down to 79%. Haven't found any time in the middle sector. I don't think we're going to do this. And we're out of fuel. Oh, and we might just actually red flag the session. Rosberg missed out by 1/10 of a second. Grosjean goes P3. Alonso P4. Vettel up to P3. Raikkonen's lap's going to be toast, I think. See if Webber has to slow down to make way for us. We're kind of pushing our luck. There's the yellow flags. Now Webber improved. So it is Hamilton ahead of Rosberg on the front row. Vettel from Grosjean on row 2. Alonso ahead of Webber on row 3. Then Raikkonen and Massa. Van der Garde in 9th. Schumacher will start P10 and half a second away from Van der Garde as well. But we'll have 2 fresh sets of soft tyres for the Grand Prix. Maybe we can do something with that.
It's almost time to get things going here in Mexico City as we settle down for 71 laps of breathtaking action.
We've seen some unbelievable action around the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in the past. Ferrari's Sebastian Vettel had to fight off both Red Bull drivers only to be demoted off the podium in 2016 in what was a highly controversial moment.
Thin air at this elevation means less airflow around the car. Drivers could struggle with cooling their cars and themselves around Mexico City's track. It's a physical test of technology and human endurance alike. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
Right, let's sort out our strategies. We'll check the qualifying grid just in case. Don't think anyone had penalties today. Yeah, no penalties to be applied. So let's see what the strategy options are. Yeah, our tyre wear is not good, is it? I think soft, medium might be the order of the day. I mean, that's taking the tyres to their limits in terms of durability. Slower. Okay, so that is going to be the optimal strategy, it would seem. And that would still leave us an extra set of softs if we get a late safety car. The other option is that we try and go very aggressive and turn it into a 3-stop strategy. So let's get rid of these alternates here. Let's see what a 3-stop might look like. If we go soft, soft, then medium, medium. Gives that a little bit of wiggle room to be more aggressive with tyres. That still looks a little slow compared to the 2-stop. If we went aggressive on the opening stint. Yeah, we're just going to be slow if we try that. It's not going to work for us. Going to be about 3 seconds slower by the look of it. Yeah, 3 seconds slower. So, that does appear to be the optimal strategy. I don't know where the Jensen's tyre wear is, because it's a little bit better, whether that's going to be sufficient to make a soft... No, yeah, it's going to have to be soft, medium, medium for him as well. There we go. Fuel. Let's not put any extra in case we get a safety car, but we'll go aggressive. We have to be careful with our tyres. Don't want to cook them too much. All right, there we go. We are prepped and ready. Going to take a quick ad break. Give me a chance to go grab a drink from the fridge. When we come back, we'll be getting the Mexican/Indian Grand Prix underway.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. Now it'll be interesting to see what the Alpine can achieve here.
Not many expected to see them on the second row, but they could convert this P4 start into a great points finish.
But just what will happen here, your guess is as good as mine. What will happen next, we're about to find out at the Mexico City Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Can we get a good start? Not really. Ricardo's going to try and get us. Jensen's dropped a place as well. Ricardo might even have a move on Massa here. Oh, someone's locked up. It's Hulkenberg. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure who it is.
Yellow's ahead.
We've got a yellow flag
That's a
here.
spin for Chilton.
So this is what happened.
I heard
Right,
the
we're
tyre
taking
squeal.
the second corner. And the control's lost. Oh, dearie me, you don't want to be doing that.
Right, capitalise on this situation. No, we're too far back. Acceleration's not there. Right, let's ease these tyres down. Track temperature 37.3. It's not too bad.
DRS enabled.
I did see what you said. It's not something I ever bother with. I don't really think it's going to do that much. I mean, it's not going to save much in the way of tyre wear. Not over a single lap. All right, we're back up to P10. Jensen's down to P18.
Pick clear air if you can.
Well, we're going to have to just be a bit patient, I think, with Jensen.
Recharge on.
Might be able to pick off Massa here. Run into turn one. Oh, yellow flag. That's why we had to take such a sudden swervy avoidingness. And this time we can get Massa. There we go. Lovely. Partly thanks to Grosjean. Almost out of battery though.
Here's the replay. Look at the McLaren driver here. There's the opening. And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
Yes, it was a beautiful manoeuvre, wasn't it? Crofty saying something intelligent for once.
Use to deploy.
Massa gets us back. That's because we hadn't got the battery, or no battery and no DRS either. Damn it. That's annoying.
Now
Well,
we
I've
should
made
be
that
able
very
to take
easy.
a look here. Now we're approaching turn 2. It's certainly inviting.
Just around the outside of us.
And they move into 9th.
Boo. Boo, I say. Right, come on, Jensen. Oh, Sharpeak has overtaken Satil. So we desperately need to make sure we get past him because he is on hards. And therefore shouldn't be that
We
quick.
want good pace.
And what's slightly concerning is that we're 2 seconds behind Massa already. Ouch. That is a sudden dramatic loss of pace to the Ferrari. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Ricardo gets past us now. Just having a look. Somehow we've kept him behind, but only just. There we go, we get the line and we push Satil off a little bit as well. Jensen getting his elbows out. Severely compromising Satil on the run into turn 4. Came under immense pressure from the Williams there. Watch just push him off the track here. Twice. All queued up in front of us. And we got a yellow flag. Who's that for? Oh, Ricardo.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now we're at turn 11.
He was
now.
starting to struggle to stay
They
with
just
Schumacher,
can't
and that
keep on the
certainly
track.
will not have
Fighting
helped.
with the car, just a little, perhaps.
In fact, yeah, that gap's now nearly 2 seconds, so that's good for us. So we can get Jensen up another place or two here. Oh, beautiful! He's gone to the inside, which has pulled him out of the slipstream. And despite us running out of battery, we have the slipstream. Webber's made a mistake, I think.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
A spin for Mark Webber. Where's the cursor? There it is.
Whoa, and there it goes.
That's
And
a
ultimately,
whoopsie-poopsie.
just unable to bring the car under control.
Maximum PU cooling.
Thought for a second we might get another overtake in there with Jensen, but nope, not the case. Right, let's
Recharge on.
get the fuel push going a little bit longer.
Time management looks okay.
So we're back to where we started with both Schumacher and Button, 10th and 16th. A lot of hard work just to kind of tread water. Soft tyre will start with faster overall pace than the medium, but its pace delta will drop off at a faster rate. I do wonder if we're going to see 3 stops from anybody today. I think we're likely to see the majority of the field on 2 stops. We might even potentially see some 1 stops out there. Front runners might go medium to hard. I think more likely they'll go medium soft. Can we pick off the Caterham? Couldn't quite get alongside. All there either.
Tyre feedback when you can. More lift and coast.
Track temperatures are starting to go up. Getting close to 40 degrees. With a little bit more sun coming in a moment as well.
Recharge off. Recharge off.
Right, come on, Jensen. Let's see if we can get you up another place or two. Ricardo's dropped down to 14th now. Oh, God damn it. Once again, Jensen just backing out in a braking zone. Such an annoying trait that I've noticed this season. Gets into a great position to have an overtake attempt and then just doesn't follow through with it.
Overtake available.
It's really frustrating. Really commit this time.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
I'm not putting him in high overtake because otherwise he'll
Use the
pull out the
overtake
slipstream
button.
too soon and lose too much momentum. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. We dummied the inside line through the corner, which forced him defensive. Allowed us to get into the slipstream of Ricardo and power on through. Close enough to attack there. With enough battery to keep this attack going though. See if we can pull the same trick on Daniel Ricciardo here. Get him to pull out of the slipstream of Verne. I don't think we're close enough. No, we're not.
You'll be 15.
Ooh, we might get a toe on Ricciardo to get past Verne here, though. No.
1.1. 1.1. Pack is low.
Now we can get him though. Well, we could if he wasn't parked in the middle of the road and blocking our way through. So into harvest, pull those tyres off.
Recharge on.
Start dropping back into normal pace settings
Stop,
there.
straight.
Yeah, frustrating. Well, at least we got past Gutierrez, but then we hit a brick wall again. Schumacher 3 seconds off the pace in 10th, but now with a full battery. We will unleash that and see if we can start to close in. Here comes Gutierrez onto the back of us because we're harvesting. And our tyres are in a lower push state as well. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back every time. Verne might have lost the DRS. He did. So, we'll have an opportunity. Despite not having any battery, we will have a little bit of an opportunity here. Oh, shit. Here comes Gutierrez. No. So annoying. Can't make any significant forward movement. Just constantly losing time. This is why I don't like using harvest, full-on harvest, too much at some tracks, because it just leaves it wide open to getting dive bombed, and then not having any battery or any ability to fight off the overtake through the acceleration of the exit corner. And I needed to calm the tyre temps down, because we are marginal on tyre wear on every set here. So we can't let them overheat too much. And we had no battery either, so I needed to do something.
Recharge on.
And we've now been dropped, and we'll be at the mercy of Valtteri into turn 1. Right, so we would have been. We might not be now. What's wrong with this car?
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a...
Crofty is wrong with this car. Oh, that's been going on for years. Massa is not able to try and claim the 2008 title, but he can claim for financial compensation. And that's what he's doing. He's actually going through the English legal system to do it. Oh, lock up for Lewis.
Now, this happened as they arrived at turn 12.
Oh, he was miles clear, look.
And there's the lockup. And they ended up their own passenger.
And that's going to drop him behind Rosberg. 2.5 seconds behind Rosberg. No, it is the 2008 title.
How's the tyre?
Not the 2007. 2008 when Hamilton won it, but the dispute is over Crashgate at Singapore in 2008. Fact that the FIA knew about it, but did not disqualify the results from that race.
We think there's still opportunities here.
Down to P18 again for Jensen. It's been a rough old race for Jensen, hasn't it?
You need to push.
think we're going to just have to bite the bullet on this one. Bring him in early. And then go to a set of hards. Even that, you know, is purportedly slower. It is. Right, let's go with that. Let's bring him in a lap earlier than planned, and we can now just push his tyres.
Let's see what pace you can do.
Let's see if we can get maybe an undercut on a couple of the cars in front of us. Try working our way up the grid a bit. Hamilton now down into third place as Alonso has blitzed his way through. Button trying to fight off Adrian Sutil. And failing to do so. It's all going wrong for Jensen again. Ah, dear, dear, dear. Still going that much better for Schumacher. He's still in the points just, but we're going to need some big help if we're going to do any better than 10th, it would seem.
Happy. Surely some kind of fault.
An issue with one of the Renaults, the Lotus Renaults, will help, possibly. Depends what the issue is and whether it's permanent or temporary. Oh, big lock-up for Sutil. Is that going to bring out a safety car? No. He's damaged his front wing, he's clipped the barrier, but...
There's a yellow flag now.
Okay, there's a car in the back.
Here we
No
are then,
VSC.
looking at
I was
turn
ready
12.
to dive into the pits then.
Oh, that'll be a costly crash as the car makes
Huge
contact with the
lock-up.
wall.
And
And
then a
that won't
clumsy
do their
little clip of the
confidence
barrier
any
as he
good.
turns the car back towards the track.
As for the team back in the garage,
And I'm under pressure from Charles-Pic instead.
We are ready for you.
Joyous. All right, let's harvest. Let's thrash the tyres.
Focus on recharge.
I'm likely to lose the position to Peak anyway, but let's at least get the battery full, ready for when he does come into the pits. Schumacher's pit window getting ready to open up. Now 4 seconds off the back of the cars in front.
Pack is high.
There we go. Battery is just about full.
Tyre temperature management looking very good. Recharge off.
Yankee's going to be the first one in. Let's see what tyres he slaps on. Mediums. So he's still within the realms of a two-stop. And he's going to be a lap down. Oh, God, Jensen's going to be a lap down when he boxes. Well, nearly a lap down. What pace are the leaders doing as they're going through? 121s. Oh! Yeah, that's not good.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
We're going to have to box Jensen at the end of the next lap. There we go. Medium tyres coming in at the end of the lap.
We're box this lap. Box this lap.
Sharpeek is in. He's going for mediums. He was a couple of seconds ahead, so he'll get the undercut on us. But this will give us an idea as to where we'll be in relation to the leaders. And we will have a little bit of a safety margin. That's good. Grosjean into the pits. One of the only other cars in the top 10 on softs. Everyone else on those mediums should go a bit longer. Yeah, PK is quite a racist old man. Turns out. All right, in we come. He's said some very publicly very bad things. Ooh, good stop, 2.3. That's good, that's good. Let's get some more stops in that window, please. We're going to come out behind Sharpeek and Max Chilton. Oh, no, you're talking about Nelson Piquet Jr. I thought you were talking about Senior. Yeah, Senior is the very racist old man. Yeah, PK is the one that blew the whistle on Crashgate that, you know, he was instructed to crash his car, but he waited until he lost his job until he did it. So it's not like, you know, he could claim any kind of moral high ground on that. He became a bit of a pariah as a result. I think he had a brief stint in Formula E. Dino will be able to let me know on that one. If you're still with us, Dino.
Overtake.
Right, into the pits goes Max Chilton. We'll get a nice bit of DRS anyway. And we're 5 seconds behind Sharpeek. There in the background is Nico Rosberg and Fernando Alonso and Hamilton and Vettel as well. The leaders are in sight. But we should be very quick over this next lap or two. All right, into the pits this lap for Michael Schumacher. Van der Garde has boxed as well. problem for Valtteri.
On the corner exits, I felt a bit of lag on the power.
A 2.5 second stop for Schumacher. It's clean, but it's not quick, unfortunately. We'll stay ahead of Gutierrez. It is the 6th quickest stop so far. There haven't been that many people stopping. Sutil's going to get past us into turn 1. Evening, Adrian. Right, Jensen closing in on Valtteri. Do we have DRS? No, we don't.
You got fastest lap.
Right, Alonso's
It's
in.
just increased Lyco.
Didn't go as far as I thought he might do, and he's come out on a set of soft. So Alonso's 2 stopping. There goes Massa. De Rest is in. So is Hulkenberg. This is a chance for Schumacher to get back through again. De Resta. We get past him. Hulkenberg still coming out the pits as well. And Jensen maybe get a run here. Needs something. It's a long way off again.
Remember recharge.
Button gets past Valtteri. Oh, we get very close to the back of Nico Hulkenberg. Not quite able to get the move done. Hulkenberg disappearing off into the distance a little bit now. Right, back to Schumacher. Don't want to get past Sutil too early. We want to get that DRS for the main straight. Oh yeah, I mean, the guy's a triple world champion, so you've got to respect the accomplishments. Have to separate the performances from the man. A bit like you can't deny Michael Schumacher. You can't deny Michael Jackson's musical ability, but you can certainly have to separate that from, what he got up to in his private life. Again, make this undercut actually work. Try to make it work. And it's just going to be a slow, miserable afternoon for Jensen. We'll do what we can, but I'm not expecting much. Fastest lap for Fernando Alonso, a 1:18.7. Comfortably faster than everybody else on track right now. But he is on brand new softs, so not surprising. Ricardo's in. We'll get past him. And we'll put us back up to P11. Set of medium tyres. No, hard tyres for Ricardo. I don't think he can go to the end on those, so looks like he's 2 stopping.
Stay off the curbs.
Massa into the pits now. We are not close enough to capitalise on that, unfortunately. I don't think. Yeah, he's already moving again. We haven't even exited the stadium yet.
Use overtake.
And Massa gets out just behind Van der Gaard.
Pick clear air if you can.
Oh, God damn it, Jensen. Stop bailing out in the corners. You have to put him into high overtake and just hope he doesn't
Yes, use the chance now.
lift off. It's so annoying. I don't know why he's doing that this year. Wondering if I've made the right call by re-signing him. Evening, Nexus. Ooh, someone's in the wall, and that's a safety car. That makes things interesting. It was Valtteri in the stadium. And this is going to put all the leaders in for a set of hard tyres to go to the end of the Grand Prix, I think.
We've got an incident. It's Valtteri Bottas, I believe.
Car in the wall.
And here we go, into the pits. Oh, I see soft tyres coming out for Vettel. It's going to be hard tyres for Rosberg. And Hamilton. Oh, Vettel had a bad stop. Hard tyres for Raikkonen. Nice smooth stop there.
There's a car hit the barriers.
There's Vettel only just leaving the pits now.
Watch for it.
Hard tyres for Alonso. Has Webber gone soft as well? Oh, looks like he's gone hard tyres. So, yeah, soft tyres for Webber. He's going to try and two-stop this. Looks like the rest of the front runners are going to one-stop it. Should hopefully be able to beat Van der Gaard and Verne out of the pits. There is Verne. There's Van der Gaard, so we're up to P9. Try and go the distance. Again, tyre wear for us is atrocious compared to the rest of the grid, but I don't know if Van der Gaard's tyre wear is going to be good enough to make that all the way to the end. You might potentially see a puncture or two. How many laps are left? Let's have a look. MVP up? Yeah, I think if he does try and go the distance, we might be seeing a puncture or two. Maldonado into the pits. as is Satil and Sharpeak. So that's put Jensen back up to P16. We need to stop our drivers again. But we won't be the only one stopping again. Right, it's going to take a little while for the field to form up, so we'll pop a quick ad break in and see. Yeah, we're going to have some cars that need to unlap themselves as well.
Pack is high.
So, field is now just about formed up. Ricardo's got a fault. We might actually hear what it is.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Nope. Lofty doesn't want to play ball. But it's not a particularly good situation going on with that car. So, once again, we're back to P16 with Jensen. We just keep going backwards and forwards again, not actually going forwards. At all, really. Schumacher is up one place from where he started, but we need more than that. Don't think we'll be able to get it, but we'll give it a go. Yeah, who knows what we can do with Jensen, but 13th I think is probably beyond the scope of what we can actually achieve here with him today. Michael says Senna and Piquet were big rivals. Yeah, it was like the famous four of the 80s. Senna, Piquet, Mansell and Prost. All four of them went on to win championships, although it took it took Mansell till 92 to get his. I'm just not using face cam yesterday or today just because I'm a very big, hot, sweaty mess given the heat wave that's going on, so not very presentable. But once it cools down in the next day or two, I'll get the webcam back out again. No aircon, so it gets very, very hot. So the lap cars have got through. Yankee is now, there you see, just making his way through the final turn. So we should be racing at the end of the next lap. Wayne says it needs to flip and hurry up and start cooling down. Yes, it does. It's far too hot. Jumping straight into a nice cool shower after this. Yeah, I went out around the corner to the local Tesco this morning, and it was brutal. It was really brutal, the heat.
Safety car in this lap.
Right, we are going racing.
For the restart, we suggest use overtake at part throttle. Okay, to push.
Ooh, Massa's got an issue. No audio for Massa. Don't know why I
But
clicked.
there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Force to have it.
Safety car in pit entry now. Reminder that overtaking is from the line.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you work in greenhouses. Imagine how hot that was. Maldonado gets ahead of Adrian Sutil. someone's going to get Farah his tomatoes.
DRS has been enabled.
Maximum PU cooling.
Yes. Yeah, didn't back out of it this time.
Cool the car.
Oh, is that Grosjean off? It is Grosjean with a lockup.
But here we are following the Alpine. Everything's all right here. And there goes the steering. Just unable to control the car by that point.
So that has put Schumacher up into 8th place. Come on, we can complete this move. Yes, there we go. No, we still haven't completed the move. Come on, Jensen. Sort it out, lad. There you go. Peak confidence and up into P14 for the first time this Grand Prix. New fastest lap for Kimi, a 118.4. Only fractionally quicker than Rosberg.
Yes, DRS. Pick clear air if you can.
Schumacher's dropping away.
And reminder for the recharge button.
It always makes me chuckle whenever Tom mentions the button when he's talking to Button. I don't know why as well, but I hear don't forget the recharge button. And in my head, I hear it as, don't forget the cheese, Ron.
Has DRS.
Damn it, Grosjean gets back ahead. Don't lose out to DeRessa as well. Guard for that matter. There we go. Hockenberg gets back ahead of Jensen. Back to P15. As I said, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Or 2 steps forward, 1 step back in this case. Up 2 places, back 1. And Hockenberg's left us for dead. I mean, the tyres are getting to the point where they're losing performance now. We're getting close to 60%. And we're up against people who've stopped for fresh tyres. So we are just going to start going backwards with both cars here. What with much we can do to survive that, unfortunately. As we watch Jensen fighting with Pastor Maldonado, just about managing to keep him behind. Schumacher just about keeping Di Resta behind. Yeah, I've been watching too much Clone Wars, so I just see Roger and I think Roger, Roger. I'm still not sure what to think, how I feel about the droids turning into completely inept comedy figures. Let's see. Because we're not going to gain any places. Let's see if we can at least make it very, very difficult for anyone to get past us. Stretch these sides out a little bit and then get a brand new set of softs and just go balls to the wall with a set of softs instead of the mediums. I say balls to the wall, maybe not that, but... BBC News theme again. Millions quicker. All right, never mind. Keep the softs in reserve and stick to the plan.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
One good thing we have going for us is that... shit, I was about to say... we've got a pretty good, you know, helping hand in staying ahead. And as I was about to say that, I was going to say is that we've got cars queuing up, so they can't just go on the attack and pay no attention to what's going on behind them, but immediately the rest of them went on the attack with no mind to the car behind him and got through. So just goes to show what I know.
Overtake available.
It's because we turned the tyre pace down. Oh no, Jensen! Damn it! God damn it! Oh, and he's gone arse first into the barrier again. Oh shit! The bed. That's going to ruin his engine. I think we got away with it. Chassis gone. Rear wing, no, sorry, front wing we've got to change. we got lucky in that respect. I mean, he's out, but at least he didn't total another engine. And now we box for hards.
And there's been quite a crash.
Oh yeah, we got very lucky because there wasn't that much pace in
And
the
you can just feel
impact.
the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
If there was a Penske, the Roger thing would work. Well, there was a Penske team in the 70s for a few years. Right, let's see if Seb decides to box. Because he will need to make another stop. So if I were him, I'd be diving into the pits. Yeah, Team Penske was in Formula One for a few seasons in the early 70s. Ooh, Raikkonen's in. And Alonso coming in as well, and Webber. I'm surprised at Webber coming in. Webber stopped for hards on the last safety car. The Mercedes drivers are now having to commit to the one stop. I remember watching Penske in the sort of early to mid 90s in IndyCar. Back when they had Helio Castroneves and Paul Tracy. We actually got on free TV, usually at silly o'clock in the morning, but we got highlights, or I think even in a couple of cases we might even have got full-length replays of races, thanks to Mansell having moved over to IndyCar for 93. So for a few years we did get some IndyCar over here on free TV in the 90s. They always stood out because they were essentially like the IndyCar equivalent of McLaren, with the exact same livery. You know, the Marlboro livery that McLaren were running in the 80s and 90s. So, we are down in P15, but we've made our final stop. Were they any good? Penske in F1. I mean, they're all right. I don't think they were right. They didn't win a championship. It's not a constructors' championship. I don't think they won a drivers' title either. But I mean, F1 was almost like the Wild West in terms of whether the driver would actually finish a Grand Prix back in the 70s. cars are breaking down left, right, and centre. Let's have a look at their Right, so they competed as a chassis constructor from 74 to 77 and as a works team from 74 to 76. The cars were built at the British base in Poole, but they held an American license. Excluding the Indy 500 Penske's, along with all American racers, one of only 2 American constructors to have achieved a win in a Formula One race. They got 1 win from 41 entries. So yeah, they didn't they didn't win a title of any kind. Let's have a look. So, Formula One World Championship results. They finished. Oh wait, hang on. That's the Le Mans series. We need this. Here we go. So, 1974, they were not classified in the 74 championship because they only raced in in 2 of the last 3 races. Came 12th in round 14 in Canada, retired in America in 15. So yeah, just the last 2 races, they didn't get anything there. 1975, became 12th with 2 points. 76 was their best year. They got 3rd in rounds 8 and 9, and then a win in round 11. And then they also got 5th in round 2 and 6th in round 15, so they got 20 points that year. But that was it as a constructor. Basically just 2 seasons. Right, looks like we have 1 more lap at least of the safety car, so as always we'll take advantage of that, pop a quick ad break, and then we'll have, let's see how many laps remaining, assuming we come in at the end of the next one. We'll have 28 racing laps. There we go. Safety car is coming in. Let's see if we can get a really good restart. They are way down the order, but we will have very fresh tyres around compared to some of the cars around us. Yeah, it's one-place game. Still got Duresta sniffing around. There we go. Shut the door on him. Get past quickly here. Sudden burst of acceleration from Peak. Frustrating. I thought we might have a chance into the stadium then. Look at the downtown dive bomb there. Not quite close enough to pull it off. Frustrating. Come on, we can get this. All we need to do is adjust that to that. There we go, so I can see how much spare tyre wear I've got to play about with. It's not a massive amount. But it's enough for us to have a really good lunging attack here. Maybe not. Put the pressure on though. Lap 46, Rosberg leads Hamilton by a second, Raikkonen in third, then it's Vettel and Webber fourth and fifth. Can't see anyone else at the moment. Oh, god damn it, again, Sharpeek driving like his life depends on it. Back, come on, cut back. Oh, come on. There we go. So yeah, then it's the two Ferraris, 6th and 7th. Alonso ahead of Massa. Van der Gaard in the case from up in P8. The 9th, Grosjean 10th. Ricciardo 11th, Maldonado 12th, just in front of us. Then it's Schumacher. Looking to consign Maldonado to his driver number position of P13. Ease the tyres down a touch. Oh man, look how much space we lost as a result of having no battery. At least we got the DRS to close back up a bit. Ricciardo didn't have it. That'll help us in the next zone as well. Maldonado danger. Yes. Hopefully we'll be able to pick off Ricciardo here. I'm not sure if he's got the DRS on the back of Maldonado or not. No, he does not. And through we go. Back up to P12. Closing in quickly on the back of Maldonado now. Verne still, I think, is going to need to stop again. I don't know about anybody else. I don't think anyone else will need to. Maybe Raikkonen. Maybe Webber. They might have pivoted to a 3-stop. Nothing doing this time. The rest are lurking behind us. Paston looking to up his pace a little bit. And we're going to make sure we can definitely get through this time, because Di Resta is close and lurking, and I want to be clear of Pastor. Start going after Verne. Would Ricciardo be good at Ferrari? In what year? I can't believe Maldonado staying ahead of us there. That's annoying. There we go. Inside line. This time we've got through. Move complete. You need to be more specific. In the game, if we're talking, 2024, no. If we're talking 2013, also no. But 24, going a couple of seasons later, maybe, yes. In 2013, he just was still a rookie. Well, not really a complete rookie, but he was still young in his career. It was before he got the big break to go to Red Bull, which happened in 2014. But in 2013, he wouldn't be as quick as Massa, and he certainly wouldn't hold a candle to Alonso. Well, Ricciardo's retired. That fault ended up being a critical failure on the car. Was it smoking? Yes, it was. So that's engine or gearbox then. Right, the laps are ticking down a little quicker than I'd like. There we go. Another move done. Oh, and a compromised exit allowed Di Resta to sneak on through as well. We'll see that on the replay.
Now we can see what happened. Now here we are tackling turn 3. The gap opens up for them. And the McLaren there with
just
a beautiful
sneaking his
maneuver.
way through. Very opportunistic overtake there, but nicely played. We're back up into 10th, which is the target for Schumacher. And it's a point, but we need more than that if we're going to have any chance of him getting the board back on side. So we need to unleash a little bit of pace. Try and go after Van der Garde. And then past him, that might be as far as we can go. Make sure we can keep Di Resta at arm's length. Let's really go for it this lap. And Verne's into the pits. Did say he was likely to have to stop again. Wasn't sure if we would get past him before that happened. We did, but only just. And he's going for a set of soft tyres. So he'll have some good pace. It's a slow stop though. And he will come out behind Bianchi. There goes Bianchi. Alright, back to Schumacher. Taking a big bite out of the gap to Van der Garde, but Di Resta is still sticking with us. Vanguard has responded a little bit. They are still chipping away, though. And we took another 7/10 out of him that lap. Gap is coming down, and the gap to Di Resta going up slightly. Sharpeek into the pits. We actually struggled to get past him for a while. Chilton coming in as well. It's going to drop those two dangerously close to the leaders. To go after anyone out. Whoa, actually, I mean, look at the Mercedes guys. They've really dropped off down into 5th and 6th. That's what staying out has done for them. I wonder if they're going to have to box. If they are, they're almost certainly going to get back past us again. But if we can somehow get ahead of them, maybe we could stay ahead of them. That would be amazing if we could pull that off somehow. $15 laps to go. Be a little careful with the tyres now. We are still closing in nicely on the back of Vanguard. We're not going to be stopping again unless we get a safety car. And we have brand new softs available if that does happen. Got brand new mediums as well. So we've got a choice, but we'll probably go with the softs. Might be touch and go as to whether we do actually get the DRS. We should do. We do. Nice. We've got more than enough spare fuel to get us through to the end of the race. And Satil is into the pits. Schumacher. Carl had a couple of years at Renault before he moved to McLaren. I mean, he didn't do too bad at Renault. The car wasn't great, but it suited his driving style. But moving to McLaren was kind of the end of his career, really, because he was never really ever in sync with the McLaren. He didn't handle in a way that complemented his driving style. And then that was it, pretty much, after that. We did get a win, but only because McLaren told Norris to stay behind him and not overtake him at Monza, even though Norris was clearly quicker. we've got a fault for Bianchi. I don't know why I clicked it.
And as far as we can tell,
He's a lap
they've got
down.
fault.
Haven't been lapped by Alonso. And by Massa, actually. Yeah, get the elbows out. We push him off the
Right
track.
then, we can take a look now. Now this was at turn 1.
Had to do that move
The
twice. We got him
opportunity's there.
nicely here on the run in to turn 1. He came right back in the braking zone, look.
And they move into 9th.
We just pushed him off the track to make sure we stayed ahead. And look at Di Resta. He's trying to do it again. He's trying to sneak his way through in our wake there. Hasn't quite managed it yet. Might be able to pull it off here. Well, these two fighting with each other is going to slow him down through these S's, and the gap is rocketing up as a result. There we go, pulled out nearly 3 seconds in the space of half a lap. Battery alone would not account for that at all. Rosberg down into 7th briefly, and Van der Gaard's into the pits. Which I didn't expect. I thought he would go the distance, because we had that second safety car. Had we not had it, I would have assumed that he would have stopped. But I thought he might have been able to eke a bit more life out of those tyres. For a set of softs, he's going to be very quick when he eventually gets out of the pits. Oh my word, what a terrible stop this is.
Something's not gone right in the pits.
Wow, huge amount of time lost. Let's see how far behind us he ends up. Evening. No Checo. No, we sacrificed Checo to put Schumacher in. But he will be back on the grid next year. He's signed with Caterham, actually. So Van der Gaard's dropped all the way down to 17th behind his teammate. He'll be quick, but he's going to have his work cut out to do anything now. We're in 9th place, and I think that's as good as we're going to get unless something goes drastically wrong for one of the front runners. I mean, it's possible that the McLarens might have to... the Mercedes drivers might have to stop. We are inside the pit window of both of them. Just with Hamilton, comfortably with Rosberg. They might try and go the distance and risk a puncture. The pace has definitely slipped away. They were at the front. Laps to go. I've got a little bit of spare tyre to play with. Let's use a little bit of it. Rosberg's pace back up again in the slipstream and DRS of Grosjean. We've got a nice comfortable gap to Di Resta now, so it shouldn't be a threat from behind. Our tyres should be in slightly better shape as well. This is not going to be good enough to improve the board's opinion, so this is definitely another race lost. Time is ticking down. We've only got 3 more races after this one to get the board up to low confidence. or else we are out of a job. So, yeah, if Mercedes wants to risk a puncture and suffer said punctures, ideally coming around the final turn to start a lap, that would be swell. Because we are not quick enough to close up, even with their very worn tyres. And surprise, surprise, it is Vettel who is at the front of the field. Raikkonen's tyres definitely starting to struggle a little bit, I think. I'm surprised he went with those soft tyres that far out. The laps are ticking down, and we can be more aggressive with these tyres. Didn't get any DRS, unfortunately, but we will get cleanly through without being delayed at all. 14.5 seconds behind Massa. We're not going to catch him. It's your managerial rating which determines which teams will be available. The better you do, then the more points you gain at the end of a season. I think you start at a base level of 200. If you have a bad season, it goes down. If you have a good season, it can go up by a maximum, I think, of 200 points. So you can't just walk into a job at a top team unless you deliberately choose to start at the top team. But if you start at the top team and get fired, it doesn't mean you can then go to another top team. So we couldn't walk into a job at Red Bull, Ferrari, or Mercedes, or even Lotus for that matter, next season, if McLaren do give us the boot. Likely options will be maybe Caterham, maybe just Marussia. I think Sauber might want a bit too much. I think Force India will want too much. Possibly Toro Rosso, but again, maybe not. They might be just a little bit too high for us. The team rating, or the team has an expected rating at the start of every season. If you choose to switch teams and look for another job, or if you get fired and are looking for another job, it has an expected rating, and that's the expected manager rating. If your manager rating value is equal or higher than their expected value, then you can apply for a job there. If it's lower, then that team is locked out and you cannot apply for a job until the rating goes up or their rating expectation comes down. So yeah, we probably won't have much in the way of options next year if we do get the boot. Yellow flag. That is Hamilton off. Lock up for Lewis Hamilton.
Now this was at turn 3.
And that's going to hurt those tyres.
And the car fails to respond. They were just unable to do much about it.
And we're going to have a sneak peek at his steering wheel to see how his tyres are looking. That certainly hasn't helped. Rosberg's are healthier. Yeah, unless they have another big lockup like that, they're probably not going to puncture. Hamilton will be potentially a little borderline. Rosberg should be fine. Raikkonen's wearing out. Webber's, he stopped the softs at the same time. About the same. Alonso gets through. His tyres also about the same. Vettel's just got so much spare grip at the moment. He's got better life in his tyres than we do. It does not surprise me at all. It's going to be yet another comfortable win for Seb. I think that'll be win number 9 for him this season. And win number 12 for Red Bull. Webber has 3 victories. It'll be annoying if we do get fired, because we were set up to fail right from the very beginning with that extremely over-the-top board expectation that killed our season before it was even started. That and the pre-assigned upgrades, which threw the balance of the car out horribly as well, made it impossible to improve our tyre wear this year. Which means that we have slipped to over 40 points of tyre wear loss against the top teams. But we put everything in place to try and rebuild the team next season. We've got Schumacher for 2 more seasons. We've signed Button to a new contract at a lower rate to save some money for the next few seasons. We've got less of a wage bill on our affiliates, with Mercedes having poached a few of our younger drivers. We've done some decent research. We've upgraded the car in the areas that we can quite nicely. We've improved our head of aero to Nicholas Hennel. We have signed Adrian Newey to come back to McLaren as technical director next season. We upgraded our sporting director from Sam Neill to Alan Permain. And it was all with a view to having another run next season to try and really kick the car up another gear or 2, close the gaps back up, setting up season 3 with the rules reset to really try and get that 8th world title for Schumacher, and we might not even get out of the end of the first season now. So I think what we'll do is, if we do get sacked, we'll throw it up to a vote and we'll leave it up for a few days. And we'll see if we can rebuild McLaren over the next 2 seasons by staying there and forcing us to stay there in the editor. Or just accepting the outcome of our evaluation and going to a lower team. But I think the challenge of rebuilding McLaren up into a championship winning team, it's still going to be an enticing prospect, given just how far back they are at the moment. And to have just 2 seasons to do it would make that a really good challenge, I think. Because, I mean, this is an impossible team to play and keep your job at the end of the year. Playing, the way we're playing it, with everything turned up to the hardest possible setting. The team just cannot compete. And the board will not yield in their demanding of a championship win, even though the car is not even good enough to challenge for the podium, let alone a Grand Prix win or a championship. We are so far behind in development, it's not even funny. We've done everything we can this race to try and improve Schumacher's chances, but with the lack of just pace in the car, 9th is going to be the best we can do, pending a retirement here in the final lap, as Hamilton gets past Grosjean and gets pushed wide. That's it, ride those curves. Your tyres are into puncture territory, so do that a bit more and puncture your tyres, please. I might then have a chance of catching you before the end of the lap. Rosberg, you don't like Hamilton. Lock up, take the pair of you out. Something, please. Something to give me a better finish than 9th. A chance to try and do something with the board. That's it, race is over. It's a comfortable, dominant win in the end for Vettel. 10.5 seconds clear.
And Red Bull crosses the finish line first.
Well, it was never certain, but if anything, that must make the victory taste even sweeter.
He was driving off the track into the barriers as we were watching the onboard there. Hamilton survives with Rosberg right behind him. We are going to end up, unfortunately, in 9th place. Just couldn't quite get that little lucky break that we needed to get any higher than that. The Resta will take the final point for Force India. At least we were best of the rest today. And once again, it's another retirement for Button.
And that sealed it for the Red Bull driver. The championship is theirs.
What a glorious moment for them, sealing their 4th F1 title.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what will they be feeling like down at McLaren?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that's it from us all
Every
here in
time.
Mexico City.
Just hearing
Formula
a
One
huge,
has
long,
almost reached
over the
its
top,
conclusion this year. Meet us
celebration
next time
from
in
Holly
Abu
Bennett
Dhabi,
in the background
between
there.
the desert and the sea for an enthralling finale.
Always makes me chuckle. So, confirmation of the final result. Seb wins the Grand Prix, and with that seals his 4th consecutive Drivers' Championship. Never really in doubt this year. He got off to a really strong start and just, churned in win after win after win, which made him pretty much unbeatable. Alonso put up a good fight, finished second today. Raikkonen in third. Got the fastest lap, but tyres were falling away from him at the end there. Webber in fourth, and then Grosjean in fifth. Not a good afternoon for Mercedes. They tried to gut it out on the one stop, and it didn't really pay off for them. Down 5 places apiece in 6th and 7th. Massa didn't really do much this Grand Prix. Started and finished in 8th. Schumacher 9th. De Resta in 10th. Then it was Nico Hulkenberg in 11th. Jean-Eric Verne in 12th. Van der Gaard 13th. Could have had points here today. Probably should have had points today. Gutierrez in 14th, 15th for Satil, 16th for Peak, 17th for Pastor Maldonado, 18th for Chilton, 19th for Bianchi, and 3 retirements. Daniel Ricciardo had either an engine or a gearbox failure, causing his car to catch fire, and he had to pull off into the pits to retire. And Jensen hit the wall, as did Valtteri. Both of those incidents bringing out safety cars. So, let's take a look then at the drivers' standings. Win number 10 for Seb in the end. Not 9, no, it's 10. 10 wins from 16 Grand Prix. Yeah, no wonder he's the champion. 319 points. He's now 107 points clear of Alonso, who moves up into second place by a point from Nico Rosberg. 3 rounds remaining, so a maximum of 75 points left. Means that there's no way that Alonso can catch him, but it's going to be very close in the fight for second. As I say, just a point between Alonso, who still is yet to win a Grand Prix this year, and Rosberg with 2 wins to his name. And then Mark Webber, who has 3 wins, is in 4th place, just another 10 points back. Alonso has been super consistent, just hasn't been able to get on that top step, mainly because of Seb. It's ironic that he has no wins and is ahead of Rosberg with 2 and Webber with 3. Hamilton also has a win. He's in 5th place on 188 points. Raikkonen, 5 podiums to his name so far this season on 167 points now. Massa in 78 points in 7th place. Yet to see the podium in any guise at all. He is just 1 point clear of Romain Grosjean. Schumacher has 64 points now in 9th place, with Jensen in 10th on 58. Then it is Nico Hulkenberg with 15, De Resta with 11, Gutierrez has 4, as does Jean-Eric Verne. 1 point behind them is Daniel Ricciardo. And then it's Valtteri Bottas, 2 points for him, a point apiece for Satil and Peak, Van der Gaard, Chilton and Bianchi, the only drivers who have yet to score. And of course, Perez not on the grid because we replaced him with Schumacher. So, Constructors Champions, not yet. It is, 3 rounds left, so that is 43, 64, 84. 129 points available. The gap is... Actually, they should be Constructors Champions, I think. No, the gap is 121 points. Oh, Red Bull just need 8 points to win the Constructors Championship, because there's no way that Mercedes are going to have more wins than Red Bull, who have 13 of 16 wins this season. So, just 8 points in the remaining 3 Grand Prix will secure Red Bull. And that's assuming that Mercedes get a 1-2 in every Grand Prix, in each of the last 3 Grand Prix. So that's highly unlikely given Seb's form this season. So Red Bull all but confirmed as Constructors Champions. Mercedes second with 399 points. They are pretty comfortable over Ferrari. Again, it's not mathematically done and dusted yet, but it is as good as. That gap is 109 points. Lotus in 4th on 244. We're stuck now in 5th place. We're not going to catch Lotus. We're on 122 points. Sauber have 19. They're not going to catch us. Force India with 12. Toro Rosso with 7th in 8th place. 7 points in 8th place. Then it's Williams with 2 points. Caterham with 1. And Marussia, the only team who have not scored a point. In the pit stop challenge, let's see. We got both cars in the top 10 today. 5th place and 8th place. Not bad. But Red Bull got 1st and 10th, so they outscored us. Ferrari got 2nd and 4th. They outscored us. Caterham got 3rd place. They outscored us. We slipped down again a bit to some of the teams. Sauber picking up some points in 6th place. Toro Rosso in 7th. Lotus getting some points in 9th as well. Let's see the stops. It was 2.394 was the slowest of the top 10. And yeah, the first stop, nowhere near enough. But the second stop, good enough, as was Jensen's one and only stop. This is the standings then. It's 271 points for Red Bull. Ferrari on 265, just 6 points behind them. We're on 215. Again, not impossible for us to still challenge to win this competition. But we are now struggling for points. We are 56 points behind. Caterham on 175. They're 40 points behind us. Then it's Force India with 152. Williams with 139. 131 for Toro Rosso in 7th. 8th for Mercedes. No points again this weekend. Their pit crew has been not the greatest this year. They really struggled at the start of the season. But they are in triple digits now, 112 points. Sauber with 64. Lotus have had a pretty poor season themselves. They only have 50 points in 10th. And it's Marussia bottom with 42 points. Once again, a retirement means no money for one of our drivers. Not that I think we would have finished in 13th anyway. So just half money from the sponsors and a couple of points, but probably not enough to cheer up the board. Let's head back to HQ, find out, and start prepping for the next Grand Prix, which is Abu Dhabi. Right, we have a spare, well, I say spare, we have a rear wing research project finished, so we have a new slot available, but not enough money to actually get a project going, I don't think. Schumacher goes up by a point overall. His junior Schumacher, senior is the driver. He's our young protege. Let's dive into the inbox. We've got our new ATR. The plan was to get a suspension done, but we don't have the funds for that just yet, unfortunately. Post-race data. So we lost yet another chassis. And a front wing. Front wing's fine, but the chassis is going to hurt. Speaking of front wings, we'll have a new one for the next race. For Schumacher, at least. Maybe for Jensen. The situation between Jensen and Tom has not improved. That's not helpful. And there's the confirmation of the rear wing project completion. Let's see. Can we fix up the car? Just. One new front wing already. Now you can see how much of an improvement in performance that is for Jensen. Let's put him on the current wing, and then there is the improvement. So quite a nice boost to low-speed cornering. Not much to medium or high speed. A little bit of dirty air improvement and a little bit of extra tyre wear. We're going to try and make sure that suspension can be massively improved for next season, if we're here. We need to check in with the board now, and they're not going to be happy. Oh, wow. They were satisfied. They were actually satisfied with ninth. I am very surprised at that. Very surprised indeed. That means that we do still have a chance. I mean, they were satisfied with ninth and one car finishing in Mexico. And we got new new front wings coming to give us more downforce going into circuits that aren't going to have low-speed sections, Cota in particular, and Sao Paulo to a lesser extent. Means that we might actually still be able to pull this off. We might still be able to survive. We'll keep our fingers crossed. It is 4 days until Abu Dhabi. We will get a little bit of cash just before we go there. Memorabilia room refurb is completed. There we go. That's a second front wing, I think, so that'll be a front wing for Jensen. Although I might not give it to him. I might keep it in reserve for Schumacher. Let's see. Monthly affiliates. So, Schumacher's gained another 2 points in cornering and 3 points in adaptability. Still needing to work on his braking. That desperately needs a bit of work. Nothing for Paffett, who's retiring. Magnussen, who's traitor, leaving us and moving on. Nick de Vries is staying, I believe. He's gained a point in overtaking. Stoffel's leaving. Traitor. Ben Barnicoat is staying. He's gained a couple of points in control, point in smoothness, and a point in defending. Andrew Tang is staying. He's gained a point in smoothness. And once again, it's not showing us our other reserve, but he's retiring as well. So, it is what it is. Has the main drivers improved at all? Let's have a look. No, of course they haven't. It's silly to expect that they would, I suppose. Right, start of a new month, which means money in the bank and a little bit more money than normal because we signed Jensen to that newer, longer term but lower payout contract. So we've actually got a bit more cash than we would normally get. Not a huge amount more, but enough to make a little bit of a difference. I can get that suspension project going now with the rest of the hours. Go. And do I want to go more than that? I think I do just a little bit. There we go. So that'll give us a 7.3% gain in expertise for next season. Just off this one bit, which will counteract the 5% overall loss next year. And leave us in a pretty healthy spot to kick that suspension on if we can survive the year. That will finish on the 30th of November, which will leave us a month to get one more project in as well. That's excellent news. There we go. Got an underfloor project about to finish. We'll immediately get another project started to take that slot up. So 2.4 mil into the inbox, and we have more pit crew training to do, but we will do that tomorrow. So that is it for tonight. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's race. If you have and you haven't already done so, then a thumbs up would be hugely appreciated. If you haven't yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Make sure you click on the bell for notifications on anything new on the channel, including the start of live streams We'll be back at the usual time, 8 p.m. here in the UK tomorrow for round 17 as we head to Yas Marina for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. 3 rounds remaining in this championship. We have 3 opportunities left to save our job. Let's see if we can somehow pull that off. I'll be back, as I say, usual time tomorrow. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.